There it is. Hello. Thank you so much for stopping by. And welcome back to another speedy run that I wasn't planning on doing today, but then I was like, crap, AGDQ starts on Sunday. And I want to watch lots of that. So I need to get the speedy run brainworms out now. And yeah, we'll be going late into the night. Because why not? Also, howdy, Greg. Howdy, Era. Thank you for being ever so heckin' prompt. And also, I'm starting later than I wanted to because I had speedrun thoughts. I had speedrun thoughts, so I had to check out some options that may be available to us in the run. And now I have even more that I need to test. Oh, them's the speedrun brainworms digging in real hard. Oh, but yeah, I had to look up some stuff and try to quantify some route changes that might be coming. Because if I can pull it off, I think it'll be neat. Whether it'll be more efficient, I don't know. But I want to see. But I didn't get to do all that testing before now, because the testing that I need to do is probably going to take me like a couple hours. Yeah, couldn't fit that quite in today. But yeah. When are we going to do bingo? I'd honestly probably just throw in a date in whatever neighborhood watch Discord channel that we were talking about that in, that isn't buried under the wealth of conversations that are happening right now. What if Tuesday? Well, it depends on who's all going to be joining in on the bingo and what we want to do with it. That stuff needs to get figured out first. But yeah, be like February 22nd, 2022. That, I mean, why not? I don't know what day of the week that is. I'm on webcam. It's a Tuesday. Oh my god. 2/22/22 is a Tuesday. Amazing. I don't know. That's a maybe. Need to figure out people's schedules and such. But yeah, I am down, considering doing Mario Odyssey bingo with folks in the Twitch team, and then also pinged Dan yesterday because he had mentioned some place that Hollow Knight Randomizer got a wealth of new possibilities and got me excited. So I pinged Dan about that. Dan is very down. We just need to figure out a day to do so. And it could be as early as tomorrow, or the next available date will most likely be like 2 weeks from now. Because I've been doing lots of stuff with the extra free time. And one of them is I finally set up my COVID booster. So COVID booster is scheduled for a week from today. So I'm expecting next weekend I'll probably be out of commission. So probably no streams next weekend. Also, I don't think I mentioned it. Thank you for the 31 months of sub. I had tier 2 even. Pog indeed. That's so much. Okay, let's get started though, because otherwise we're already going to be going until like 4 or 1 a.m. So we need to start. So start we shall. All right. Let's get this started. In 3, 2, 1, go. Need to remember to keep the keyboard nearby to hit splits. Been trying to clear out my speedrun setup so don't have those controller disconnects like I had last time, but it might be a little unavoidable with how I have to run things now that I'm running on PC. But I'm also running full screen now, so we'll see how that affects things. It probably won't affect anything, but other than just I'm staring at a full screen of video game instead of only a partial. Still have to use my tablet right there. Right in front of me face to look at my guide. We might have a couple resets early on in this run. Because what I would like to see is some lovely early time saves, but we'll see about that. Chapters 1 and 2 are very RNG heavy for your time saves, so unlikely. But we're gonna see. I just don't want to be too far behind very early on. Because otherwise it's just gonna be like, cool, I'm losing a minute very early on for just RNG reasons. Punch him. Kick him while he's down. Good damage. A little slow, but that's fine. Because this guy takes forever on his turn anyway. Come on. Punch, punch, punch. Kick. Punch. Fight style. And equip that brand new skill we got. Because we will be using it basically non-stop for the first 3 chapters of this game. And luckily this game lets you equip skills onto shortcuts on the D-pad for in-fight navigation and quick use. It's very convenient and very helpful. All right, let's hope for no... There's a glitch that can happen in the upcoming fight. And it's an annoying one. It is a very annoying glitch. Where the weaker enemies will just sometimes have the amount of HP that the strong enemy has in this fight. And it loses you like 30 seconds. It's terrible. Best of luck, Era. Tech troubles are never fun. I had a lot of those today, just me getting bad at my primary work program. Motherfucker! Well, we got the glitch. That guy's not supposed to have that much HP. Yep, we're resetting. I don't know why this happened again. Let's just see how much HP this guy has. No, that one went down in 1. Yeah, that enemy is not supposed to have that much HP. That enemy's not supposed to have that much HP. Very lame. Very, very lame. Howdy, Queen. Thanks for stopping by. Go perform the tinkle. Also, starting another run. 3, 2, 1, go. Come on, let's not have that glitch again. It's a very rude glitch. I've only had it happen on PC. I'm pretty sure it's not just a low roll. I think those enemies actually have more HP than they're supposed to. Oh, what? X? Oh, it's fine. It's the second loss. When was it X? Do I just spam circle and X there? Or have I been? I think I have been. Apparently. Left around those group, right around that group. Don't want the QTEs. Triangle to vault over the first one. X underneath the second. I did that way too late. It's fine. 2 early seconds ain't gonna kill me. Just make it up with faster fight scheme or cutscene skips. Punch him. Kick him while he's down. Do that. And we guard. Wait for him to finally do a thing. Oh, you broke the bike. That's rude. Kick him. Kick. Kick. Real quick, again, getting that tenacious ability, or tenacious fist ability, equipped as soon as we get it. Equipping it onto the skill shortcut, because it saves a lot of time in menuing to not have to manually enter that in every single time. And it's one of the few abilities that we have this early on in the game, and we'll be using it almost constantly. For the first full 3 chapters. Please don't glitch again. I would appreciate it. Let's not have the glitch. Please don't have the glitch. It would be delightful if you did not. That's what's supposed to happen. And fights. Good. No glitch. Hooray. I shouldn't have to be concerned about that glitch, but what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? let's hope for a quick Haratsuka. This guy can also waste time if we just get low damage rolls, if we don't get a stun. Ugh. And that's the slow attack. Okay, good. At least we got the kill. Howdy, Juice. Thanks for stopping by. This is the run. I hope so. Didn't have a terrible start yet, so... Or we had one terrible start and we reset it, but this one's good so far. But thanks for stopping by. Hope you're having a good Friday and on to the weekend. Come on. Come on. Skip all the cutscenes. The majority of the first few chapters is just cutscene skipping. Alright, please, no fight spawn. This is like one of two areas in the beginning of the game that can spawn enemies. There's an enemy to the left, and that's fine. Caring about is enemies in the front. Looks like we're in the clear. Looks like we're in the clear. Beautiful. Those enemies we don't have to worry about. They won't get close enough. Beautiful. Good start. There's not too much RNG remaining other than one other fight spawn. That can prove to be annoying, but typically isn't. I say typically, but it sure as heck can be. Also, I gotta be careful with my first save reload. Need to remember that for myself, because I've been working my way through and setting a bunch of saves for testing. I've been setting a bunch of saves for speedrun testing later on. And I don't want to delete over those. And I'm sure it's going to default to one of those as soon as I hit regular save. So I need to remember to hit up before I save, so it saves in a new slot. And I don't lose all my testing saves. Because I'll actually be putting those testing saves to use soon. To test out an interesting proposition that I'm considering. Hit the purse guy. Beautiful. No time. That's a good fight. Also, I hope my lighting is looking all right. I think my lighting looks good now. I recently changed my lighting setup as well as the new webcam that I got. I also adjusted the lighting. I got two clip-on, teeny tiny. Not teeny tiny, but smaller ring lights that I put in front of both of my monitors. That should be a much more full lighting profile on me. Should be. So, camera. Wasting a lot of what was I even gonna say? I completely dropped my head on. Oh yeah, stuns. I'm getting. Oh shit! I didn't need the tenacious hit. Fuck. Controller. Controller, please. Ah. Lost a few seconds there because the controller disconnected. I need to. I really don't want to. I love seeing the PlayStation prompts because the PlayStation prompts are the best, and they're the ones that I know through and through. But I might have to swap over to my other PC controller because it's fully wired and not just a PS4 controller that I'm plugging into the USB. Because this one is occasionally disconnecting now, and that is annoying. And this is a perfectly fine chapter 1. Okay, 4 seconds, that's fine. That's fine. Also, howdy, Niv. Thanks for stopping by. Now the run has really begun because Ichi has his hair. Alright. Hit the guy with the knife. Stun. Nice. Good stun. Now I don't have to worry about the taunt. Beautiful. If you had a drink, or if you can go somewhere quick and grab one, these are possibilities. Okay. Run over to the shop. Route then. Water or other various beverages will have to suffice, unfortunately.
いらっしゃいませ。ありがとうございました。
Purchase 2 pieces of equipment that we don't equip yet because we'll be getting a third and we can equip it later along with those. And then a smoke bomb so we can escape from fights if we run into any nasty fight spawns. Howdy. I'm gonna have a hard time pronouncing your name. VGM, I suppose? You can correct me on how you would like to be called. VGM. Got it. I will do my best to remember. Tap water is very dependent on your local water supply for taste. Just because it's very dependent from area to area and where that water is acquired from, whether it be from a spring or from underground wells, etc. So it can change very greatly depending on some things. Wow, these rude fight spawns. But luckily, water filters are not terribly expensive. And they last an eternity once you get... Motherfucker! I have to use the smoke bomb. I wasn't paying attention. I wasn't paying attention. I also didn't know that fights could spawn there. Excuse me, ma'am! I gotta get through. Oh, that is unfortunate. That's gonna be maybe a problem. That's gonna be maybe a problem. coming up in the next set piece. Fun. Yeah. Yeah, that's not uncommon for local water supplies to have that type of mineral. Yeah, but it does mean the water can taste very metallic, which is not the greatest. Where is this fight spawn? They were really far behind. Man, all sorts of new fight spawns today. And by new, I mean just ones that I haven't encountered because I haven't run the game enough yet. No alleyway fight spawn? Oh, there it is. No! No, you jerk! Ah, that sucks. Okay, I remembered not to delete my my test saves, luckily. Come on. Back nighttime. Speed rally. And hopefully this fight goes well. Enemy on the left first. Goes down in one. Please stop. Stuns. Luckily he's being kind. Fuck you. Why did I compliment you? Oh, thank God you were unfazed. That could have been very bad. Hadachi is here. I love the physics in this game. Oh, amazing. All right. Should be a good angle for running. Oh, why did they teleport next to me? Okay, good. At least I got away. Good. All right. Flying through bikes on the street and then watching them explode a few seconds later. It's amazing. Hardball. Run from the next two fights and hopefully I can get a good angle on them. Hopefully we can get a good angle on them. Because I don't have my smoke bomb. Good. Down party member randomly decides to ascend to the heavens. Yeah, that's great too. Okay, this should be good. Excuse me. Adachi, get in closer. Good. Okay, that could have been a massive time loss. That could have been a massive time loss, but that's fine. Okay. Now on to the Adachi fights. Aim for the level 6 enemies, because for some reason the level 4 enemy is the one with all the HP. Kick! Ow. Don't get hit. Good. The enemies have a chance to get an attack of opportunity if you go for a regular attack nearby their presence to go through to try and hit a nearby enemy. And it halts your attack, and that's slow, obviously. We're trying to go faster. Yeah, the HP bars are very deceptive. Gear. Ichi, optimize that new equipment on so he can defend. Also, welcome back. Alright. Aim for the gun enemy. Ichi or Adachi, please stay to the right. Perfect. Beautiful. We're going as Neum as we can, Queen. As fast as we can. Okay. Now we split our damage up. Aim for everyone except for the big HP on the first turn. Have to use Adachi's ability in order to kill. Wrong target. That's unfortunate. It doesn't really lose us any time. It wasn't going to be a stun anyway. This means Adachi might die, but that's fine. Okay, he's not dying anymore now that we actually did get a stun off. Okay, that's just enough to kill. Good. Yep. This has been a good chapter 2 outside of that one random encounter. All right. Come on. Don't stun is unfortunate. Rude. I didn't want to split my damage. That's bad. Oh, we're getting taunted now. This is a terrible fight now. The targeting system did what I didn't want it to do. Oh, come on. And then he gets knocked out of it. Come on. Hurry up. You serious? Oh my god. Take your turn. This is awful. The targeting system in this game is iffy. I was expecting the targeting system to target the enemy right in front of my face, but nope. Targeting system said, nah, I'm gonna target the guy in the back. Yeah, that was terrible. That was awful. Also, how did that sound? Thanks for stopping by. Nice crit to start though, Ichi. The targeting system in this game. Oh, it gets you sometimes. Because yeah, the plan for that fight is to Tenacious Fist the same guy twice right away to take one of them down. And yeah, my second targeting, the guy was standing right in front of me, so I was expecting the auto target to try and hit them. So I was trying to enter in my commands as fast as possible. And nope, targeting system targeted the wrong guy. So then I did that, and then I got taunted, and then they didn't break me out of the taunt. Yep. Then they stopped my regular attacks. It was incredibly rude all around. And now I can't perfect guard with squat. Cold Fury. Do I get that bottle? Nope. I was testing. Oh, nice other crit. That's what I get for testing. That would have been enough damage too. It's fine. It's fine. It was relatively fast. Didn't lose much time here. Not as much as I should have lost, all considered, but that's compared to PB, not compared to what's actually a good split. Because that split could have been like 30 seconds faster. It's fine. We can make up this time later. I'm just aiming for a nice PB. Nice PB and to play around with new strats. And one of those new strats is coming up pretty soon in this chapter, actually. Pick it up. Treasure. Ichi. We are going to purchase some shoes for Nanba. Because overall in chapter 4, we most of the time want Nanba to go first. And I'm going to purchase some shoes that give Nanba an additional 9 agility. Which is not much, but should increase his odds notably to go first. Mardi Gras? What? What did I say that? Nanba. N-A-N-B-A. Close. Close. Yeah, turn order RNG is the thing. Queen, why do you have Mardi Gras on the brain? The turn order RNG is nice in casual play. It'd be like, oh, you're always kind of changing things up on the fly. If someone's agility is super high up above everyone else's, then they like automatically go first. It's a little bit fun in the speedrun just to shake things up so you're not doing the exact same thing every time. But it is a little slow, so would like to go quickly as often as we can. Living in Mardi Gras City, my guy, decorations are everywhere. I was not aware that that was the case. Ah, that stinks, Queen. I'm sure you would have had a blast at the ball. Good. We did it. Most impressive can collecting I ever did see. It was slow menu. All right, Zhang, play nice. Yeah, sometimes RNG can be cruel. As I've started doing more RPG speedruns, I kind of gravitate toward the ones that have a bit of RNG for whatever reason. Just because I have fun. I have fun with it. It makes it fun to play, that you're not just doing these right things and automatically winning. My other main... Oh, of course you woke him up. Also, Ichi, you are just dancing on that box. Nice second stun. Oh. Okay, he didn't win like it at least. That's a little slow, it's fine. Is there a desire sensor in this game? Maybe. We tend to speak to the game a lot when we want specific RNG, and then it just decides not to. One game I know where the final boss is a 90% chance of dying on turn 1. If we don't get a specific item in this game for the third to last fight of the game, that boss has a chance of literally just killing us. Okay, skills. Tag team, Nanba, pigeon, gear, Ichi optimize, and look spell. Oh, thank goodness that game lets you save in cutscenes then. All right, we want. Yeah, it's right hand. Right hand on Ichi does terrible, terrible things. Also, that's a fight spawn up ahead. Because the right hand is a move that the third to final fight of the game that boss can do to you. And it is an insta-kill attack, and it's only one of two that are... Actually, no, there's other enemies that do insta-kill attacks, but they're the only one. This is the only one that actually happens in the run, and it's right at the end. And this game has the system that I hate in RPGs, where if the party leader dies, you lose. I hate that system. I am not a fan of that system, because I'm like, everyone else is still alive. Why can't they help the main character? It's a minor nitpick between me and RPGs. It has not been there in... It's not there in many RPGs that I've played, but the ones that I've had, I always tend to get annoyed by. Luckily, this game doesn't have many scenarios where that's takes into account in a casual playthrough. I'm trying to think through. I'm just like, actually, does it maybe make a little bit of sense in this game to have party leader death? Because the entire reason the enemies look like they do during fights in chapters 4 and on, that is a rude fight spawn. Oh. I need to get faster at that menu. The only reason the enemies look the way they do in fights is because of Ichi's viewing of them as Dragon Quest fights. So I guess they're making some semblance of sense in it with that, but it's a small amount of sense. Nanba, throw pigeon. Good job, Nanba. All right. Now we're going to do something just a smidge different. Just a smidgy smidge. We are going to get this taxi like we normally do. But now... Ichi! Use the taxi! But now we're going to take a brief detour over to this shop. Purchase the loafers. It gives Ichi or Nanba some defense as well, which comes in handy greatly. Also, I guessed right on the turn. That defense on Nanba will hopefully make it so that he doesn't die in the coming chapters, because there's a high probability of that happening normally. Don't take this. We got some safes to open up. No cars, hooray. We don't equip the loafers on right away in that menu just because they get optimized onto Nanba right here anyway. So there's no reason to menu it there. Gear, Nanba, optimize, and smartphone. Back to commercial district. Pay attention to fight spawn on the left. That's on. Actually, they're walking down. Ugh. lost some time because I was indecisive. In the Persona games, the reason is that you command everyone to do everything so they can't help when you fall. If I remember correctly, the system where you actually command your party members rather than just your party members doing things on their own was introduced in Persona 3 or Persona 4. Otherwise, before then, your teammates did whatever they wanted. Like, you could give them, like, general directions, but they still would do what they wanted. Versus in the later ones, you can select exactly what to do. Hope for a good hand grenade. That's a subpar hand grenade. That's fine. Losing a little bit of time here to hopefully save a large chunk of time in chapter 4. So hopefully we should be positive in chapter 4. Or we should be ahead of PB in chapter 4. Oop. This is where I hit this. Alright, let's gear Adachi, optimize that weapon onto him real quick. Enter the fight. And now Nanba should be faster than Ichi for the majority of the fights in this chapter. Should be. Oh, make a swing the guy on the left to hopefully line up the others for Adachi. Nope, they are not alive. It's fine. Did you not do your slow attacks? And because we bought those loafers, we actually have to, real quick, run to the nearby taxi. It's like 2 seconds. Alright, skills. Mega Swing. Oop. Batbuster. Nanba needs Gnarly Breath. Pyro Belch. Adachi needs Reckless Charge. Beat Down. Ichi. Optimize. We have to run to this taxi. Because we need to save the money. If I could technically have skipped that in this specific scenario because I got the 500 yen pickup, but normally I don't. You wouldn't. Please hit both. Please hit both. Ah, so close. Just hit him. Weird that Adachi went fast there. I hope that's not a sign for the future. We do not want Adachi being that fast. Yeah, 591. If we didn't have the extra money from manually taxing, we would not have been able to do that. Pyro Belch, please Adachi, go fast. Never does. Never does. That's fine. Because let's do another test. I think beatdown kills. It does. Also, we got an early odds stone. Nice. Yeah, beatdown kills there. Beatdown is so much faster than using reckless charge. Pick blue because it's highest HP. And we want it in the front for Nanba to hopefully go first. And fire to the left. And it should hit both of them. Also, green got a fast turn. Rude. Beautiful double hit, too. Hurry up. Hurry up. Hurry up. Good fight. Good fight. That was a good fight. Honestly helped us out that Ichi was slower than the green enemy, because it actually gave the other two time to line up for the mega swing. For then Adachi to pummel them all into the ground. Sometimes the game is nice like that. Sometimes. Rare, but it can happen. Oh, that fight spawn is rude. But goodbye, fight spawn. No! Fuck. That's a reset. That's a reset. I was smashing X too fast. And with my new strat, that's a reset. That sucks. I can't make money mistakes with my new route. Buying those loafers in the early game, I can't waste any money whatsoever. All right, starting a new one in 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, that sucks. I'm so mad. We had a very good beginning to chapter 4. We had a very good beginning to chapter 4. That sucks. This is the wrong. Thank you, Juice. And yeah, that sucks though. I was just mashing X too much. I normally don't make mistakes like that, but now that I know that making a mistake like that is actually quite detrimental, or is detrimental to the point where it actively loses me a crap ton of time. It's like, man, that sucks. I could have potentially saved that time up later, or saved that money up later, by taking more manual taxis. But each one of those manual taxis would take me like 5-ish seconds to run over to. Nice. 1 extra damage crit. Hurry up, Ichi. Wow, you are just circling the lad. Not seeing you do that yet. Oh, well. It's fine. Well, let's hopefully we not get a controller disconnected this time. Yeah, it's like to put it into perspective on buying those loafers. They are quite helpful. That 9 agility, as you saw, in each one of those fights, Nanba went first, which is relatively typical, but still has higher odds to not get. With those extra 9 agility, that should be much more prevalent, which is very helpful. And it is even more helpful in fights later on in the chapter. But yeah, that extra 2,900 yen, because we do nothing extra. We do ostensibly nothing extra. We get down to right before we get our massive chunk of money, where money is like not significant, or is not really a concern anymore for the rest of the run. Right before we get that point, I have less than 500 yen. Like, and it costs 730 yen to do a manual taxi. Like, it is very tight. Very, very tight on money. Nice high roll. That ended that turn 1 turn sooner. That enemy has 36 HP. And that is the high end of what Ichi can do at this point in the game. So we just got a lucky roll. And hopefully we can continue it into this fight. That's bad. And you do the slow attack. Ah. That enemy is 70 HP. That guy has 70 HP. We did 69 damage. Normally, we'd say nice, but unfortunately, that means that fight took 1 turn longer. So that time save I got from that first fight, taking 1 turn less, was immediately nullified. Great. Early RNG is gonna early RNG. And I'm not the type to reset too heavily early on. Like, only if the RNG is atrocious or we run into like the bug that we ran into on our first run, where some of the enemies end up having more HP than they're supposed to. I am bummed that I did end up failing that. It is a very strange bug, but I've seen it happen twice now to me. But yeah, in that second fight, in chapter 1, the 2 smaller enemies, oh my god, that guy is gonna get into a fight with me. Fuck. Well. And we're up against the wall. Not taking that. Not taking that. I don't want to save quit twice. Also, I've not seen an enemy spawn in the middle of that street before. But yeah, during the second fight of the game, of the entire game, the smaller enemies are supposed to have like 30-ish HP, like 30 to 32 or something like that. Hold on. In 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah, in that fight, they're supposed to have 30 to 32 HP, and the big guy has 36. So like no matter what your Tenacious Fist does, the smaller guys are supposed to get killed. But I've had it happen 2 times now, where those smaller enemies end up having 36 HP instead. For whatever reason. Your old PS sock locked and triggered very strange camera view stitches in the opening. Dragon Engine has some quirks. Well, hopefully you can get a little less bored, Niv, and enjoy the company of friends. I'm not much of a bar goer either. Like, if I'm going to a bar, I want it to be a relatively low-key affair where it's not incredibly loud. And in the end, I'm usually just talking to the people I came with, so... Like, yeah, a low-key bar I can do. Where you might have occasional people that you chat with, but for the most part, I'm just like, eh. Also, yeah, if you want to talk to people, cafes are very much an option. But then I can't even hear the people I come with. Yep. Yeah, that's what happens in the loud bars. Like, yeah, college bars I can't really do. I did them quite a bit in college, and I wasn't the fan of them while I wasn't the biggest fan of them while I was going to them. I have almost spent 0 time in cafes. Like, the most time I've ever spent in cafes was when I went on my big road trip a couple of years back. Jesus, almost 3 years back. When I just kind of wanted to walk around the cities that I was visiting for a bit and then just relax for a smidge before I drove for another 8 hours. It was delightful to go to cafes. Ever since I haven't been. Well, I'm taking more time to myself in the coming months. Maybe that should be something I look into. Because I do want to get into the habit of waking up relatively early to do exercise and a Riza and a pup walk if I can. So maybe I can take a look into some cafes, maybe. I'm sure there's plenty around here. Also, just say Kuro. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. All right. No glitch, please. I would appreciate it. Okay, didn't get the glitch on that guy at least. Nice stop. Saves a couple seconds. We'll take that. Of course you get the late 36, though. Of course you get the late 36, Itchy. Come on. Now just don't fail Horatsuka. This is the easy one, Itchy, I swear. It's actually pretty common to have a 3-turn Horatsuka. We just don't like to see it because Horatsuka attacks very slowly. That's a low roll. Okay, you got the high roll to make up for it. Thank you, Ichi. Thank you. Because unfortunately, also on that Haratsuka's second turn, he can also do a really annoying special attack that can actually stun Ichi. And it's terrible. Oh, it's terrible. And there's literally nothing we can do about it this early on in the game. Because there's nothing we can do to increase our damage to make that consistent. There are no additional fights. Come on, start button. I need to skip these cutscenes properly. Okay. Fight spawns. Please don't be rude. Mini map says no fight spawns. I saw the tip of that fight spawn there. Nope. Had to save load it. That's unfortunate. Now that I've seen that guy once, now I'm gonna see him a lot, and it's gonna be annoying. Have a good lurk, Queen. Like, the worst is that he's literally just walking down the middle of the road, so I can't walk on either direction of him. Just very unfortunate. Okay. Come on. So many cutscenes to skip. Aim for the purse. Actually, I think Peace Scholar said you can just regular attack. Yeah, you can just regular attack that guy. We don't need the MP, but I think it's a little bit faster. And that's what they like to see. No taunt. No taunt is good. Whoops, Sumimasen. Sumimasen. Alright. Interesting. Oh, I was glad I was paying attention to the targeting. Because that shouldn't have been targeting the main guy. But it keeps doing that when I don't want it to. Good stun. Good chapter. Just need to make the run to the end. And this will hopefully be a very good chapter 1. Just hopefully no fight spawn. Also, just a thought. I was considering putting a input tracker for my controller. But because by layout I try to prioritize so much of the screen for the game, it would have been a very teeny tiny overlay. You really would not have been able to tell exactly what I was doing. So, like, nah. Yay! Gold chapter 1. Okay, controller, please stop. God damn it. I wonder if my other PS4 controller will be fine, or maybe I should just try using my PS5 controller. Thinking I should probably just try and use my PS5 controller. Because I think just over time, because I've had this PS4 controller for so long, and the USB cable I'm using has been used very long as well, I think just the connection is loose. So I'm trying to do my mashing without shaking the controller too much. Apparently Ichi's invincible today. And by invincible, I mean he can't get hit. God! Asshole. Ichi can't get hit today. I don't know why all 3 of those missed, but I'll take it. I will take it. Okay, purchase some real weak equipment right quick.
いらっしゃいませ。ありがとうございました。
We don't equip it yet because we'll be getting the 3rd piece of armor to go along with it later on in this chapter. And we can equip them all with 1 button press. So it just saves a smidge of time. And then also a smoke bomb so we can escape fights. We can escape 1 fight. It is for just that smidge of safety. It is nice to have. Because there's always tends to be like 1 in every single run where it's just like, really want that smoke bomb. Good stuff. Okay, please. Okay, immediately have fight spawns in our way. That's not a good start. Okay, pay attention to the minimap this time. So it was around this corner to the right where that fight spawn was last time. No, it just looks like we're in the clear now. Okay, good. Okay, good. Aim for scissors, Miggy. Good fight. Hopefully no fight spawn in the alley. Nope, we're gonna have to loop around behind these gentlemen. Oh, of course. Of course. I need you. I say it every time, but I just at the start of every run, I'm still like getting my bearings down for what my muscle memory is. Because it's so strange because these first couple chapters, your muscle memory operates very differently than the rest of the game. Alright. Gator Alley. And we could technically save money in this chapter, but we would then have to go to a ATM and get the money back, which that is too long of a trip. That's the wrong enemy. I don't know why I tried to target you. That guy almost ran out of the cone of attack. That would have been bad. Okay, good. Good, we didn't get the status effect. No stare down is a good fight. Dachi joins the party. Oh, no springy box, or no springy barrels today. Not this one. Good. 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 3 good first rounds. Get the hard ball as fast as we can. Hopefully we get a good run on the next one. Adachi, please. And remember, if I want to use the smoke bomb, I have to hit up or down. Because otherwise I throw the hard ball, and we do not want to throw the hard ball. We need that hard ball for Sawashiro. Oh, come on. That was Dragon Engine shenanigans. Or as prevalent Yakuza runners say, Dragon Engine shenanigans. I had plenty of room to run away in the back there. And the game just like, nah. Game just said, nah. Okay, so I don't have a smoke bomb. Remember that for the rest of the run. Hit the other level 6. He's stunned, so I guess I'm just gonna beat down. him down. Stunned. Finished. Through here. Grab this. Real quick, optimize that onto Ichi so he can survive the upcoming fights. Target the gun enemy first. Perfect. Dachi's looking great on health. It'll be fine. He'll be fine, probably. Split our damage. That was good. Sir, get out from around the corner. Okay, adapt is fine. It's fine. Good. Oh, just don't screw up this fight like I did last time. Please don't screw up this fight like I did last time. I took a... Oh, Ichi, don't phase into the enemy. Hit them. Ah, there's the taunt. But now I'm not going to get stopped at least. Nice crit. Okay, he woke me up out of it at least. Could have been better. Not terrible. All right, Sawashiro. Okay. Almost out of chapter 2 and we'll have a good time. We'll have a good time. Had that one slow fight in the underground, unfortunately, with Dragon Engine shenanigans, but other than that, good. Okay. Hi. Aggie. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. How was your stream? What were you up to today? Skull Fury. So howdy, Samrani. Hope you had a good stream. Come on. Didn't get the Ichi loop around turn, unfortunately. That's fine. Not a gold, but we will take that. Unfortunately, lost those 15 seconds or so because of that one bad fight, but other than that, not too much to complain about. We did get that taunt, but it got knocked right out of us. We'll take it. It was a bit of a slow shower shield just because of unfortunate stuff, but it's fine. But it's fine. Still a good first 2 chapters. We will take those. Stream was good. Had to go get food because hunger. Hopefully stream is going well. I've been enjoying streams so far. The runs haven't been the great, or the run, we had a good run going not that long ago, but unfortunately screwed that one up, but it's fine. This run's going well so far. Also, we shall consume some hydrate when we get the chance to. I will, just a sec. There. There's many opportunities that this game doesn't give many opportunities for bathroom breaks, but it does luckily give you plenty of opportunities for water breaks. Get a food egg. Again, thank you so much for the raid. Take care. Look at all those cans that I can pick up. Yeah, man. God, if there were only a way to skip this. If only there were a way to skip this minigame. We don't do it. We have to play the tutorial, but we don't have to do the minigame. What? Whatever. Sometimes my middle mouse button decides to be a start button. Don't know why. It's fine. Come on, Zhang. Play nicely today. Nice. Okay, there wasn't a refresh, so Zeng will be not stunned here unless he gets refreshed. And he got refreshed. And a nice critty, too. And he's out of it. Pigeon rate him. This into a pigeon rate should kill. Gonna risk it. Kill him, please. Good. That's a very good Zhang. Very good Zhang. Nanba here. Okay. Skill up, big team, pigeon here, Ichi optimize, and luxurious built. Need more than 10. We do not need an iron plate. We need more than 10. Please, game. Oh my god. We have some other opportunities to grab, but that's unfortunate. We need 730 yen. Ugh. Oh my god. Are we seriously gonna run out of opportunities? Oh, this is bad. This is bad. Okay, good. Now we have enough money. Oh my god. Love losing just like 6 seconds because the game is like, yeah, we could give you $1 worth of money, but we'd rather not. It's ideal that you get 100 yen in the first 3. In the first 3 vending machines. Ideally. That took us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 vending machines. Ay, ay, ay. This guy is very weak to magic, and we just happen to have some magic pigeons at our disposal. Disposal. And now because I've got like just barely enough money to do the things, now you'll see how tight the money really is by getting these loafers. Now you'll see how tight it really is at the beginning of the next chapter. All right, head to here. Buy the loafers, get out. There's an enemy spawn right there, so I'm gonna risk the second. Good. Good, good, good. That fight spawn should stay far enough away. We'll go to the center of the street just in case. No, we're good. But yeah, we are speedrunning Yakuza Like a Dragon, one of the latest, or the latest in the Yakuza franchise, not the latest Ryuga Gotoku studio game. I believe that's Lost Judgment is their latest game. But this is the game where they decided to change their brawler game into a JRPG, and I love it. Okay, what's the spawn looking like? Oh, I saw that spike, the spawn. Okay. Now the chapter is nearly done, just one fight remaining. And we just pray for a good hand grenade to take out the majority of the enemies for us before they have a chance to even do anything. Come on. Ideally, 1 or 0 remains. Oh my god, we got the perfect. We bowled a strike, baby. I've never had that happen. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's what we like to see. Ooh, baby, that's a good gold. Ooh, baby, that's a good gold. Nearly got out of chapter 3. That would have been an even huger gold if I didn't do the trip to buy shoes. That's ridiculous. That's a very good chapter 3. Very, very good chapter 3. Okay, now the Nanba has the loafers. Nanba should be going first for the majority of the fights in this chapter, which is what we want. Oh, shoot. Please still hit both. What? Excuse me, game. That means it's a normal fight instead of a fast fight. But I disagree, game. Right. Do some skills. Mega Swing, Bat Buster, Nanba, Gnarly Breath, Pyro Belt, Shidachi, Reckless Charge, Beatdown, and Ichi. Oh. Ichi Optimize. I have to run to this taxi. And now you'll see after the next fast travel why we need to do the manual. Incredible. And now we have to fast travel. 221 yen. That's it. That's all the yen we have right now. 221. That's why we had to manually fast travel. Okay, that's good that he's fighting first. Now we just need Adachi to please. Nice, perfect. And that money will get down to about 200 yen again later in chapter 5. Oh, pick blue. Oh, controller, please stop disconnecting. Oh. Please don't let that make me whiff. Good. Ow. Hopefully the fire kills that guy. Nope. Dang it. That stinks. I was just attacking whoever was closest. Ah, of course you're using his slow attacks, you jerk. Not a great fight. Not a great fight. I was hoping that by targeting the guy on the left with the Mega Swing that I was going to be able to knock them into line for Adachi. Did not work out that way. Did not work out that way. And then the other guy had way too much HP left. Okay. Oh, bad fights. Oh, wow. Ichi, that was not that high of a vault, sir. It was knee height. You didn't need to treat it like you were going to be falling 3 feet after. Okay. Ah, that sucks. Didn't want Ichi to go first there. Oh. That's unfortunate. Slow fight. Wanted Nanba first there. Like I said, it is not a guarantee that Nanba goes first with these boots. As much as I would love it to be a guarantee, it is not. It is just more like that Nanba goes first. Which honestly, I think means the world of difference, because Chapter 4 can make or break a run, basically. You can end up like a minute to a minute and a half behind in Chapter 4 alone, just because your turn order isn't great. And it's unfortunately not something that you can just, oh, I'll just use a slightly different strategy. It's like, nope, it's just bad. Also, that fight spawn is very bad. Should hopefully be able to get away like that. To make a massive wide berth from them, but yeesh. Okay. Heck. Crystal, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. I hope you had a good stream. What were you doing today? Howdy. And now we get our summons. Summons are great. Summons make Ichi very, very powerful. Like this. So I wasn't paying attention to odd stones before. I need to pay attention now. This gentleman can drop an odd stone. Edited 2021 clip compilation. Nice. Hope you had a good one. Hope your clips were plenty. How about this last? Didn't get an odd stone. That's bad. I have no idea if I have no idea if I have enough, or I have a single odd stone for what I need. I actually don't know. Ichi, get through the doorway. That'll work. Hopefully, we'll get it from the next fight. I swear to God, if I end up having a null run, I'm going to be very upset. This is a very good start.
Oh.
Talk to this lad. Fight off these friendly folks. Oh, that's weird positioning. Oh, that sucks. Wanted to make sure he died. Okay, got the outside. Good. Good. Not a failed one. Not a failed one. Good. To the bar. Talk to Adachi. Need to do square for his dialogue option. Because these give you personality traits, and we need 3 specific traits to be at a high enough level later on in the run. And by later on in the run, I mean next chapter. And it's very important. Very, very important. Sunlight Castle. Hopefully we get some nice quick fights here. Okay, come on. Fuck. This gentleman didn't get hit. They won't line up. That sucks. Bad fight. God dang it, Nanba. You're supposed to be going faster with them boots. Oh, baby, the triple. Come on. Beautiful. Beautiful. Bad fight into a perfect fight. That's perfect. Gear, Ichi, health ring.
Oh. Ah.
Yeah, bad first start. That's fine. That's fine though. Okay. Oh, for a good set piece. That's not the target I wanted, Ichi or Nanba. Have to beat down this guy now. Oh, this is bad. Like I was way too far away. Smack him. Grab that odd stone. Through the door. All right, Ida. Please play nicely. Don't like fast Ichi. What is happening? Give me a second. Stand up. Hopefully the others line up for Dachi. That right guy's not mine, is he? Nope. Ugh, awful. Awful. Hit both of these, please. Fuck off. No! It's bad. Okay, at least he's taunted so he attacks. This is awful, though. Come on. Howdy, Caddy. Thanks for stopping by. Also, it is very late. Why aren't you in bed? Please hit both. Oh my god, that was terrible. That was a terrible fight. No, controller. Come on. We're not going to reset this run, but god damn it. The loafers are not affecting anything right now, and they're supposed to be. It's very, very annoying. That's better. The likelihood of me getting the PC record is slim. Oh, the PC world record holder is very good. But dang it, I'm gonna try at least. Wrong move. Fuck. You know what? Let's just play it out and see what happens. You should hit damage gate anyway. Now Nanba's doing the right turn. That's good. Yeah, not even close. That defense down is very nice. Nice non-existent couch, sir. Amazing. Okay. Come on, Nanba. Good. Good. Good fight. All right, our last one. Our last lieutenant solo in Kikugawa. This gentleman hurts a lot. Always aim to the left one. Take down the ad. Beat down because it's fast. Good turn order though. This won't kill. Oh, not even close. And finish him off. Pigeons. Because it's a little bit faster. Okay, gotta wait for them to walk. Then it's good. Yep. Use. Ichi, use the map. God, if that Ida wasn't so bad, this would have been an okay chapter 4 set piece. That Ida was very bad. Enemies surviving with like 1 HP. Nearly getting 2 backups. Oh. Then get distracted. Ay, ay. All right. Gary Buster Holmes fights. Oh, his aim Ida first. Gary Buster Holmes. Kikugawa didn't get stunned, so we need to take him down. Right for a stun. Pyro Belch to make sure he goes down. Then we focus Ida. That won't kill. Gnarly Breath early. Fearless Command is an ability we have. I'm gonna put that on. Kills you. You break out. Bad fucking taunt target, you asshole. Now we're gonna have a slow fight. Luckily, we got the attack increase. For some reason, he decided not to block that, which I'm fine with. Now, please hit Ichi. Please hit Ichi. That's not Ichi. He's not blocking these, which is nice. We're actually still doing good damage with Ichi then. I don't think we have enough MP for another. Ichi's out. Hit him. Opportune. I was out of magic. Ah. Okay. Not terrible. Not amazing. Not terrible. That could have been much, much better, though. Oh, such a terrible Ida. And then it was an okay finish. Not a great finish, but an okay one. We'll still be ahead. We should still be ahead. Yeah, especially with PB being a slow one. Because we still got to make one run real quick before we finish the chapter. At least we'll be out of the chapter 4 and we can just finish this run. Yeah, that could have been a much, much better chapter 4. Oh, don't go first person. Yeah. That could have been a much, much better chapter 4, unfortunately. I want to still believe in the loafers. And that they can make Nanba a bit faster than Ichi the majority of the time. Because those fights can go much worse if Nanba doesn't keep ahead of Ichi. I think I'm gonna keep it. From what I've seen, it's been enough of a difference that I think it's worth it. Don't get hit by cars. Getting hit by cars is very slow, obviously. Why did you all spread out? Oh, and then you get forward. Fuck. That sucks. It's a really bad fight. That was a bad fight. Not worth it for an attack. Okay, he will be dead to hopefully Nanba. If not, Ichi will finish him off very quickly and take him. And these are the, not side quests, the completion type rewards. Doing little mini missions and doing certain objectives. Ichi, use the taxi. My dude. Go to bed, Greg. Brush your teeth. Have a good sleep. And thanks so much for hanging out. Garrett Buster Holmes. That guy's not in the back anymore, is he? Okay, he was. Good. Hit duo again. You hit home. And you hit. Okay. Just as soon as we get Sayako, she leaves us for a little bit. The hello work to the workshop. Mash through a conversation to get Nanba some bond points. Beautiful. And back to Sequel Cinema. Should be fine. Yeah, we're fine. All right, Zhang returns. He's more of a jerk. Hopefully we take him out quickly. That's just say Zhang. Sayako should be able to finish off the other two. I didn't mean to hit you. I was mashing too fast. And smack him. Who's next? Zhang is. I was gonna go for a beatdown if Zhang wasn't next. Please don't hit everyone. Okay, good. Wait, stop. That was okay. Even with my Adachi hiccup. Been mashing too fast. Back to the cabaret. All right, and now, after just a little bit more, we're gonna get our job system unlocked, which is a massive part of this run and this game in general. And then we will be doing a plethora of running around, grabbing cats, and taking pictures of statues. Ah. It's a good time. Oh. And we will immediately use it to swap Psycho to Hostess. And then we go into part-time here. And now we will be doing a lot of running around, and you'll see just how low the money gets. Running quick here to unlock the Find Cats quest. And now we are going to be doing a lot of running. A lot of running and zero fighting, because this gets us in total with the first cat quest, the second cat quest, and the collect the Kappa statues. Gets us a grand total of 4 million yen, which we absolutely need and will allow us to get very overpowered very early. It'll allow us to get very overpowered very early. On top of the fact that we do need that money later on in general. There's a point in this game where you need a lot of money, and it helps. Cat number 2. As well as it also gets us a delightful cat summon. You are correct, Catty. The cat summon that is very, very powerful. It is one of the most powerful summons in the game, and you can get it as early as this chapter. Select that taxi to despawn enemies and also set it on our fast travel list. Get contend number 3 from the right because there's 2 overlapping quest boxes, and it puts us right into the next one. Oh, come on.
Oh.
And then back across the bridge. Immediately turn around. That's a bad fight spawn, but luckily this sub-quest is here. We don't do anything with it, but it despawns the enemy. So it's convenient. You can tell if you correctly took a picture of the Kappa statue if you can cutscene skip right after. Which is very good to confirm that you've gotten it. Get kitten number 4. Run down here to start this sub-story, which we will use later. There. We will also be getting lobster summon this chapter, but that's all we've done is start the lobster summon. We'll be completing it later on in like 10-ish minutes or so. Something like 10-ish minutes or so. Okay, now let's hope for a lovely not fight spawn. There's almost always a fight spawn up ahead that gets in our way of making it to this taxi. Oh, are we good? Are we good? Oh, it's gonna be a tight fit. Okay, good. Made it. Excuse me. This is gonna be a fight. This is gonna be a fight. This is gonna be a fight. Oh my god. Fuck. Are you serious? That's 10 seconds of time loss. Let alone that fight spawn. Oh my, I've never seen that fight spawn in that location before. Pay attention to the fight spawns ahead. We're good. We're kitten number 6. Oh. Sunlight Castle. Getting hit by a car slows you down. It's an important thing to note, Caddy. It's an important life lesson. Kitten number 7. No fight spawn on the way. Hooray, we can get this free conversation. But it doesn't do anything for us because Namba's already at the right bond level, but we'll appreciate it. On fast travel. Go back to the station. And of course the enemy spawned there. Okay, good. Was able to hit it before them. This puts us on the other Ijincho station, which conveniently puts us next to a shop where we need to get some sushi to get Nancy unlocked. Hold up. Oh, come on. Kappa statue. Number 4. My count is off now by 1. Seagull Cinema. We have 1,641 yen. And we still need one more taxi. This is why, quite literally, up until this point, not quite this point, there's still one fast travel yet. I went to the wrong one! I'm so mad! Well, we lost a lot of time. I was cocky. I was talking about how we were gonna get down to 541 and then I went to the wrong one. That sucks. This is like 30 seconds wasted. I don't have enough money to fast travel elsewhere. That sucks. God damn it. Ah. I never had problems with fast traveling to the right location until there's pressure put on it. And now I have problems with it. Ay, that sucks. Because we were supposed to just fast travel right to here, where we can turn in our first batch of cats, get 1,000,000 yen, and now money's not a concern. Now money's not a concern. Ah, God, that's so annoying. Oh, that's so annoying. Well, now I know that there's a 30-second time save in this run as well. Even if this PB's. Okay. Picture the kapa. And buy foods. 22. 1. 51. 42. 43. 62. 2. 11. I need to do math. Quality number 23. High 18. Regular cloth. Thick cloth 17. Beautiful cloth 22. Metal wire 9. Dirty iron 40. Sturdy iron 39. Refined iron 40. Cloudy pane 18. 29. 32. And 27. Sturdy plastic is 13. Dull aluminum is 23. Gleaming is 9. Thick hide is 8. 17. 8. 3. Okay. Also, so times 5. You want to drink times 5. Part-time hero. And we spent nearly 1,000,000 yen immediately. Oh, come on. Now we turn in Robson to get our good summon. Get back downstairs. I'm so mad I'm gonna lose a lot of time. Skills, cycle, shortcut, Spartan cannon, gear, cycle, equip cotton pouch, and smartphone to Rose Blossom Cabaret to finally finish or do the story. That was a cat? Which cat? The human? That's part-time hero. The cat that we rescued was a cat. We'll see the power of the cat later this chapter. All right, Okuno and Yokoyama are the ones we target. Weird that Psycho went first. Yes, the cat I put on the desk was a cat. Correct. Hit Yokoyama, because he'll survive. Everyone else should die to Gary Buster Holmes. Rude of you to actually end up silencing not Adachi. That's the wrong target. Come on. Okay, it hit them both anyway. It's fine. It's fine. No, come on, controller. Come on! Oh my god. Now I'm even losing even more time thanks to the controller being stupid. I'm just gonna have to use my PS5 controller. Howdy, Arlene. Thanks for stopping by. I got the platinum trophy in this game. If you count that as 100%. Honestly, don't recommend getting the platinum trophy in this game. Don't recommend getting the platinum trophy in this game. There is a late game or a post game dungeon that is good to do. Or there's a post game dungeon that's fun. That's a bit of a challenge beyond the main game. Then there's a post game dungeon where you have to grind everyone to level 99 in both their regular job and or in their main level and their job level, or you don't stand a chance. It is awful. You have to grind so much. Don't do that dungeon. I don't recommend doing it. It is not worth it. Granny, Obachan, chicken. Fire these two gentlemen and don't proceed. Go to properties, upgrade 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Now go. Now our business is set to reach rank 100 the fastest way we know how. Also, I'm using my PS4 controller plugged into my PC. And I think I'm using a very old USB cable, and I'm also using a PS4 controller that I've had for like 5+ years. I think the connection is just too loose. I think I should probably transfer over to PS5 controller just because the connections are nice and fresh. And now we have to leave. And now we will get our lobster summon. And by lobster, I mean crayfish. Because yeah, if a neat speedrun would do the first post-game dungeon, I think. In order to do a true post-game dungeon speedrun, I'm just like, nope. That would be terrible. It would be like 10 hours of grinding. Be awful. Oh, that's a rude fight spawn. Very rude fight spawn. Dang it. Arlene, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Walk away, walk back until we hand over, then we skip, and we got Nancy. Back to the Ichiban Confections, back to the business minigame. Because, believe it or not, doing the business minigame is the fastest way to speedrun this game. Alright, I need to recruit you and you. Nope. Auto care boardroom. Swap in you, swap in you. Start the shareholder meeting. And go. wait. And we hit him. Mash omelet on his face. Good. Yeah, it is fastest in the speedrun of this game. It is fastest to do the business minigame in the speedrun. Because it gets us access to Eri, an optional character, and Eri is very, very good. I really enjoyed the business minigame too. It is actually surprisingly fun. And a great way to make money during a normal playthrough of the game. But for us, that's all we care about is getting Eri. And luckily, the Ichiban Confections, your starting business, is incredibly strong for early game businesses. And with that business alone, we can get to rank 100 in 3 business meetings. And then we get Eri, and Eri is the glue that holds this run together. Because before everything was optimized, when it was very early in the routing phase, apparently, I don't know this directly because I wasn't a runner right away. I wasn't a runner of this game until a couple months ago. When Eri was first routed in, rather than just running with Saeko, like you normally would in a playthrough if you didn't do the business game far enough, Eri's route was 45 minutes faster. That was very early on in routing, but still, Eri saves so much time. Eri saves so much time to have. She gets access to a very, very powerful class at level 15. And we'll put that on her, and we will never change her class again. Because it is just too useful. Alright, that was shareholder meeting number 4. Employees, auto care, shareholder meeting. Fuck. I need to wait now. Should be fine. I just accidentally used tome instead of omelet. Now we can jump right in. That's unfortunate that you... That's fine. Still basically as fast as you can go. Just wasted 2 attacks. Alright. One more round of business. And the most important thing for speedrunning the business is if any of your employees ask for a raise, give it to them. Treat your employees right. Also, I wouldn't know what to do if we accidentally lost those employees, so treat your employees right. Three more of these. And then we'll have our final business meeting. And then we have all of the rank that we need to get Eri. That is not one of our employees. We don't need any new employees. I think one run I accidentally got a new employee. It didn't ruin the strat, it was just slower. But absolutely, it will ruin the strat if you lose one of your employees. Yes. Eri gets early access to the dealer ability, the dealer class. And the dealer class is very strong. Has one very powerful ability in Dart's Airstrike that you get at like job level 6 or like job level 4 or something, a very low level, and it's a very powerful skill. Extremely powerful skill. Kind of how like we changed Adachi to the Enforcer class because Adachi also gets a very powerful skill very early. Do not want employees, auto care, shareholder meeting. All right. Tomei ×2 on Jesse. Wait a bit. Nishio Tomei. And we wait. And hit him with the ability. Nishio. Come on. Good. And business is done. Did it. Yeah, I remember my PB I screwed up in the business minigame right at the end. I wasted 30 seconds. All right. Business is done. Pressing on. Fast travel to the bar. Now we do bond conversations where, again, we need to pick the correct option. We need 3 personality traits, and we get boosts to them from these conversations. X for Eri. And Eri will join our party, and then we do Nanba's conversation, not because we actually want Nanba. Not because we actually want Nanba's bond level. We just need the personality trait. Which Nanba is circle, then X. Do not mess these up. Circle. Then X. And we're good. Didn't mess that up. Hooray! Now, one other function of the bar is that he can make us some bentos. Normally, you're supposed to plant stuff, but we just bought a ton of ingredients. So we're going to get 10 of these. And 10 of these. These are the best healing items in the game. And we max out on them early. Very useful. Party edit. Nanba for Eri. The Seagull Cinema. Also, goodbye, Nanba. We'll only see you in one more fight. Paralysis pulses, mental supplements, first aid kit, and some then super X times 30. To Sunlight Castle. And now I hope everyone was taking notes, because we have some tests. speaking of the personality traits that we needed, we take 3 tests here. Each of them gives us a massive boost to the 3 traits we need. Or, I'm not sure the first one does. We just kind of have to do it. All right. Battle marathon. Pins. Cross country. Drifting. And 3. Proper quiz taking. Just staring at the answers. Just have don't get hit by a car. That's a good note. Unfortunately, it's not on these 3 tests. But it's on the test of life. All right, Underworld Studies is next, which is your knowledge of previous Yakuza games. Underworld Studies. Sarah Hotspur. The Tamashiro. Sasai. This is Tsuyoshi Kanda. 5th. And Daigo Dojima? Nope, that was Sarah. I'm bad at these tests. I'm bad at this one particularly. Okay, we're good. The losing jingle is like only slightly different than the winning jingle. So like until Ichi celebrates, I'm just like, gotta be careful. And the last one, Fashionista. Pull the Sport. The Argyle. Rhea. Aodai. And Couture. I hope 3 of those were correct. They should have been. Like the first and the last 2 should be. Did it. Okay. We did it. We passed with C's. That's all we need. We did that. Now we need to take 1 fight real quick. Oh, good. They're relatively close. Don't walk away. Don't walk away from me. Ichi, go fast. Ichi, that's not going fast. Ichi! Throw a cat at him! For the love of God! Hit him! And that gets Adachi to level 15, which is what we need Adachi to be at. That's like just enough XP to do so. Now we enter this regalious underground casino buried in the back of this bathroom stall of all places. Buy a bunch of chips. Exchange those chips for tarot cards. And that gets us a specific personality trait to just the right level for us to enter this gambling den. God, it works out so cleanly. Same thing, buy a bunch. Exchange those right away for a table sparkling and a bulletproof shield. Now to the blacksmith, where we do our first round of crafting to get some very powerful weapons very early. First, upgrade the workshop to level 2. Craft. Lightning bandages. metal ruler, and a voltaic yellow wine. And we strengthen, lightning bandages times 1, bulletproof shield times 3, cotton pouch times 3, and tarot cards times 3. That'll work. Now with those traits that we have, Ichi can equip the foreman class, or the foreman job, which lets us open up secret shops, which we will use immediately. And then Adachi changes to Enforcer. Can quest. And we're almost done with this chapter. This is the longest chapter in the run by far because we do so much setup for the later chapters. The next few chapters go so fast. Or actually, not the next chapter, but the chapters after. Take a picture of that kappa, turn in some lovely little quests that we did. Use this shop. Buy 7 of these, all 10 of these. Gambler's ties. Equip 1 of these onto Ichi right away, and the other don't. Gear cycle needs a magic lighter and toy bracelet. Area optimize, and then we go to Junai Station to finish this chapter. Oh boy. And of course, we get a fight spawn right in the middle of the station. What? Oh, it entered the fight. I was too slow. Okay, good. Got a fast runaway at least. That was bad. All right, finally. Let's finish this chapter. Oh, this chapter's so long. All right. Eri, do you want me to drink yourself? I don't know who survives. Woo does? That's bad. Psycho went too fast. Okay, I was right. I picked the right target at least. Psycho never goes fast there. And now we reckless behind Yan. Not sure if that counts. It didn't. That's unfortunate. Roll and kick. Take team. Sparkling. He's gonna do a thing. And strike down. Should kill. Not ideal. Not ideal, but it's fine. How's that a 30-second gold? How did I mess up so badly elsewhere? I mean, I'll take it. No, don't want to talk to Nanba. Just need to choose the 2 bottom options. All right, chapter 6. Can save a lot of time or we can lose a lot of time just by luck. So let's pray. Quick, grenade. That's unfortunate. I need that, sir. Give that back. I'll be taking that back. Not great. It's fine. Skill, Airy, shortcut, roll and kick, and thumbtack scatter. And this is why we love Airy. This is the upcoming fights. She has a very useful ability, and then she gets more useful even later. This almost always gets countered. Rude. All right. Now I gotta hope we can run from all these enemies very quickly. Eri, move forward. It's fine. I wanted Eri to move forward so she'd be far enough away from the wall so we could run, but she just said, nah. That's not good. We need to conserve our smoke bombs if we can. That worked. I have no idea where Eri was. I have no idea where she was. Oh, man. Okay, that didn't work. Oh, I'm surrounded by enemies. Not great to use two that early. Okay. Next fight should be much more easy to run from, though. Yeah, this one's a straight shoot. Please don't hit those things behind you, Eri. I said don't hit the things behind you. What did I say? All right. The next fight that we take, we will be actually fighting the enemies. And it can get very loud. Loud noises warning. This fight up ahead, we take it, it will be very loud. If I hit everyone, it will be very loud, which usually happens. So, loud noises warning. Still have one more fight, so still loud noises warning. Luckily, I think it's relatively gated for its stream audio. I probably should have looked at previous VODs where I'm doing this to see. Okay, we need to pay attention to odd stones. Okay, we got 5 odd stones. We're already done. Good. All right. Okay, loud noises are gone. You can come back. You can turn the volume back up. It's actually all good for you, at least. Okay, that's good. Because yeah, I'm looking at the audio levels. Just guard. Ichi can run. Eri was in a really bad spot. Yeah, looking at the audio levels, it didn't look like it. It looked like it barely got into yellow, which is good. We can skip this fight with a very precise turn. Almost never happens. Eri. I only have 2 more smoke bombs. That's not good. And I have to use 1 later. I have to be safe with my... Or I pretty much have to use 1 later. So I have to be safe for... for the rest of the runs in this chapter. Because we need 5. We can technically make do with 4. It is best to have 5. And I've already used 3. So I have 2 left, and 1 of them is already very difficult to run from, so... It is very much best that we keep 5. If we can. That should be good. Perfect. Because yeah, this game with running away from fights is 100% dependent, or nearly 100% dependent, on your character's ability to literally run backwards. Does not have to do anything with your stats. there's some dependence on the character specifically. Like Eri needs to run very little distance behind her to escape adequately. But yeah, for the most part, you just need to have space behind you to run. And that is easier said than done sometimes. Especially where, like, I'm letting Eri run forward a bit here because what we believe is that there's an invisible wall that bounds the arena so that people can't exit or go too far out or stray out. And if we run into that invisible barrier, we can't escape through it. So great. Also, good night, Caddy. Thanks for hanging out. Like, I have no idea why that was a failed run. They were perfectly fine. Yeah. Also, we will be taking another fight coming right up, and it will be another loud one. So even though the audio seems fine, it'll still be peaking. Not peaking, but it'll have the sound of peaking audio. So it was this fight. We take it from the left to try and line up the enemies. Didn't take them all out? That's fine. We have more than enough odds. Far more than enough odds, which is great. Yeah, that is the last loud noises warning. Why did that fail? I'm surprised that worked. If you run into other enemies, they can just do their attack of opportunity and just kick you away from running. Which is very annoying, obviously. That's bad. That won't work. Psycho, get into the fight, please, so you can run in a direction. Good. I'm trying to conserve my smoke bombs. There's still many fights that are difficult to run from this chapter. Like this one. This one is a pain to run from. That might work. Beautiful. We actually didn't have to use a smoke bomb there. That's usually a fight we have to smoke bomb. Okay, we stick to the right here to avoid getting into this fight. Now we just need to get the heck out of this chapter. Because we don't fight any other fights in this one that we don't have to. Beautiful. 2 more fights to run from. This one's usually a bit of a pain. Should be good. Beautiful. 1 more. So we have enough smoke bombs guaranteed now. That's great. That's great. And we have some to spare just in case for later. Just in case. That should be a good run too. Nope. And I'm changing the way Ichi is facing so that Ichi runs in a direction that we actually want him to run. Skills. Adachi. We want paralysis prongs and shield blast. Because now we actually have some fights. The Pan 2, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. And welcome. And now this is the showcase of how we became super overpowered very early. God damn it, controller. Come back. Okay. Oh, great. My controller's rumbling constantly. Okay, good. It stopped. Oh, my God. Thank you for the good luck. And yeah, I need to... I'm using my PS4 controller on my PC, and both the PS4 controller and the USB cable are old. So I think I just need to use my PS5 controller on PC. Kuami drink, Ari on herself. And this fight's over. Good. Fast kick. And paralysis prongs, and this fight's done. Good crit. Didn't need it, but good crit. This is how a lot of the fights will be going from now on. The enemies will barely get any turns, and we will wipe them out immediately. Okay. We still have like a minute or so that we already lost on this run. Just known messing up, but that's fine. Good, I didn't get the car alarm. All right, and we got enough odd stones, so we will be upgrading our wine. Seagull Cinema. We go. All right. And then this fight looks like it's stuck here. Look at the formation. It's a perfect pentagon. We can just run from this fight. Goodbye. Who needs it? We cannot run from the next 3 fights, though. So we will have to clean them. And now I need to pay attention. If Adachi goes fast, and there's only one enemy left, we can guard on Saiko and just attack and shield blast with Adachi instead. It's much faster. Saves a few seconds every time. Nancy! What? Oh, one of them didn't get hit by... Dang it, that sucks. I could have opportuned one. Yeah, I could have planned that out a bit faster. That's unfortunate. Make sure you take a picture of that Kappa statue. We'll do this, and a strat that I do differently is coming up right here. Okay, buy superpower rings. Equip them onto Eri and Adachi. Silver bracelet for Saiko, and actually military insoles for Ichi. We're gonna have a fast boy coming up in chapter 7. Do not cutscene skip that fight. Thumbtack the large HP. And Gary Buster Holmes. Good. Yeah, when I can, it's more beneficial to guard with Saiko and shield blast with Adachi. Because Sparkling Cannon is a long animation. Kuami drink herself for the last time. Oh my god, controller. And Cat. And that was a boosted Robson, so we're just gonna smack him. Beautiful. God, I wish my controller would stop messing up. Oh my god, stop disconnecting. Please. And we gotta take one quick trip real quick over to Hello Work. Because Aries now level 15, which means she gets her best job. Aerie can now deal cards. And by cards, we mean darts. So howdy, sir. Thanks for stopping by. The cables. I have never had this much trouble. It's only become a more recent concern. Also, yay, that fight spawn cooperated and isn't in her way. And this is our only break in the run. It's about 20 seconds. Luckily, I don't have to go to the bathroom, so we'll save some time over our PB. Yeah, my motherboard does have Bluetooth. I set up the PS4 controller with Bluetooth. Steam doesn't care. Steam wouldn't recognize it. And I was too lazy to try and fix it, so I haven't tried again with it. But yeah, I can just use my PS5 controller. DS4 Windows. I have used DS4 Windows in the past. I probably should, but it's fine. We'll make do for next run. We will make do for next run. I'm just hoping for a nice PB here. And now, shit, I didn't equip Aries shoes. Guard here. Paralysis prong skills. I need to equip the right boots. It's fine. It doesn't really matter for this fight. It does matter for the future fights. So I need to equip Aries boots onto Ichi. Jackpot chip you. Nancy. Guard. Shield blast him. Can't believe I forgot that menu. Skills, Aerie needs jackpot chip, dart airstrike, and now gear, Ichi, steel, Ichi shoes for the love of, or Aries shoes for the love of God. Alright, and this is why we save smoke bombs. This fight can be run from. Wait, what? I did equip them, right? Yeah, I have them. Aerie was just getting lucky. Because with that agility change, that should... It's very high odds that Ichi goes first. And that's what I want. So I even have the military insoles on Ichi. It's just that, unfortunately, it's not a guarantee, even with all that additional agility. And taking the agility off of Aerie, Ichi is just that slow. On PC, your mouse sensitivity can be super high, but I'm not used to it yet, so I still do it manually. And now Ichi should go first, so I don't have to keep guarding on Aerie. What? And this is just Robson. I'm actually confused now. If Aerie goes first in the next fight, I'm looking at the gear, because this is really unfortunate. A lot of my strats are built around Aerie going second. That's more like it, Ichi. That's more like it. don't want to have to keep checking my menu. God! And I'm running into everything. Good chapter.
Oi. Ah.
Right. Time for a fight with an amazing song that we only get to hear for about 30 seconds. Which is unfortunate. Because it's a great song. Fine if a dart misses. Didn't miss, so we're good. And this hurts. I swear we're fine. Okay, no sleep powder. Sleep powder is the one move we don't want to see. Everything else is fine. Sleep powder is awful. Sleep powder delays this fight quite a bit. Okay, one miss, that's fine because the process prongs will be more than enough. Good. Now I really want Ichi fast. Now I really want Ichi fast. Come on. Good. This is why it narrows down the targets to 3 and we throw 3 darts. Haha! Then we go punch this guy. And Ichi goes first here. Ah, that's unfortunate. Please hit all 3 crossbows. Have to take out a crossbow. It's fine. That one actually doesn't improve anytime. The abilities are the same, the turns still the same. And this one also doesn't change. It's just that middle one where we want Ichi to summon fast. Harry, stop being so fast! Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh, that's extra unfortunate. You guys low damage rolled. Strange chapter. That was strange. That's not how that was supposed to look. All right, go up here. Grab the kappa. West Surokame Highway. Fight spawn. I don't see it. Good. Stop by for a round of shogi real quick. I actually never even tried to play the shogi in this game. I was going to, because I wanted to actually see actually learn a bit about shogi, and I never actually tried it. I need to do that sometime. I don't see a fight spawn. Nope. Good thing I checked the mini map, because there's a fight spawn right around the corner. Yay. This could have been a much better chapter 7. Not a terrible chapter 7 by any means, but it could have been much better. We'll still win or get back like 20-30 seconds because I didn't have to go to the bathroom this time. All right, fastest chapter in the game. Let's go.
Yeah.
Howdy, Steech. Thanks for stopping by. Part-time hero. Where am I going? This way, Ichi. Ichi. This way. And this gentleman will aim at Ichi. Almost always. Hit him. Throw the darts. Good fight. Knocked him all the way into the building. Jeez. And now it's time for a banger. Don't know why they decided to throw some dubstep in, but I appreciate it. This song slaps. Muscle soda, Adachi. Hit him with the sparkling. And Adachi just is to do a little bit of damage here. Just a bit. Just a cool 1400 to 1500 damage. Okay. Because everything hit. We are all good. Knocks him into the next phase. Psycho does not have to attack. So we'll use the mismatch. So that to make sure everyone survives. This Mabuchi gets one attack off. This one. It hurts. And you did. Perfect. Shortest chapter of the game. Saved a cool half a second. Hell yeah. And now we got a chapter that is just consecutive fighting after consecutive fighting. It is a fun one. It can swing wildly in time, unfortunately. The good thing about being this far ahead already is great because I can save 2 minutes in chapter 14 because I died in my PB. Okay, let's keep this going. Nancy! Darts! Sparkling cannon, Totska in the face. I probably should have targeted the guy on the left to try and keep everyone together for... Hey, at least leaving an attack off. Keep everyone together for Adachi. That one should hopefully hit both of those. Nope. That's lame. Yeah, it's fine. Turn from a good fight to an average fight. Ideally, we don't have to have it get to Ares' turn. And the fight spawns immediately. And it's gonna walk into us. You bastards! Despawn them just in case. Oh my god! Because sometimes when your allies stay too long in the enemy's view cone when they've been activated, like that, when they see you, your allies will spawn or will trigger the fight to start. It's very annoying. And that's why I went and despawned that enemy. Because I did not want that to happen. All right. Ichi, please be speedy. Good boy. Unfortunately, Kume didn't get stunned, so Kume gets an attack. And now the fight's done. Okay. This one we want everyone to stay together too. Nancy. Darts. Air or sparkling cannon, the guy on the left. Because he's too far away from everyone else. And hopefully Adachi can hit multiple people with this. Okay, at least hit two. We'll take that. Good whiff. And jackpot. I don't think I had to... had to have Aerie have enough MP, but jackpot chips a little bit less, so... Just in case. Alright, the Reiji. Darts. Sparkling. And shield bash. And this will enrage and also kick this man out of that crane. And unlike Jan, he gets permanently stunned outside of it. So we just get to pound on him until he loses. You cannot, unfortunately, kill him outside of the crane. It would be nice. Gets down to nearly 1 HP. Hops back in just in time. God. It's supposed to turn back to my turn. I've had it happen. It's like 50-50 now. It's supposed to turn back to my turn. Yeah, it's like a coin flip for me. Whether or not it does. But it's literally one tack away and finish it. But we still have one more fight remaining. And it's that lad again. Reiji again. This time with friends and not in a crane. And much more deadly outside of the crane, to be honest. Much more deadly outside of the crane.
What?
All right, we do a little bit of weird strats because Ichi's fast, and I really don't want to get hit. Aerie, why are you fast? Pick. And Robson. Don't like that counter. Good at what? Okay, we should be good. Should be good. Okay, that's the counter that we do want to see. I'll casually give this gentleman a 2,000 damage. Summon Gundawara for some defense down. Now if 2 darts hit Nanba, Nanba dies. Just like that. And guard, because we can just paralysis prongs and Ishio's done. Perfect. Good fight. Some fights could have been faster, but not bad. Not a bad chapter 9. Can probably still get like 15, 20 seconds faster in that chapter just from those various fights. But that's luck more than anything. Now for this, you just walk forward and hit X because it's faster than running. Or at least I think it is. It lets me at least hit that X talk box easier. Alright, Ichi, please be fast. I want you to stun everyone when they're close together. Thank you! Everyone is stunned, which is good. Hit that one straggler. Oh, controller. Okay, controller plugged itself back in. Nope. Oh, where? Oh. They went in random spots. That was weird. And now we get an incredible party member. Jungi-han is very strong and very, very fast. Alright, skills, Ichi. Ice Spreader, Jungi-han, Rapid Shot, and Head Trauma, Gear, Jungi-han Optimize, Party Edit, Cycle for Jungi-han, and Seagull Cinema. Jungi-han is great because this is his lowest MP ability. Just eliminates people. It's amazing. And Nancy. Oh, they're both together. No. Quick shield blast. Quick shield blast. Get them both while they're together. Beautiful. That's what we like to see. Should be Jungi-han's turn. Go for the head trauma first, and then we'll rapid shot probably in the future. No! Yeah, that was the wrong target. I completely blanked on what I'm supposed to do for Ichi. Hit him while he's down. Please paralyze him. Unfortunate. Actually, I think Rapid Shot just does more damage. Debatable. Debatable. I could literally look at the numbers and add them up. Rapid... God! Controller, I am not a fan of you right now. Alright, Smoke Bomb the next 3 fights. Ichi, get over the wall. Oh, that happened. I did enter the fight down below, but it teleported me back up here. That happens sometimes. And then it teleports me back down to where I was last standing. It's weird. And we're out of here. And because I changed up another thing, I am quick running, getting that premium first aid kit. We will be skipping a later safety first aid kit in favor of that one. These premium first aid kits are full revives, and they're nice. Hit Kong. Gary Buster Holmes. Darts. They'll hopefully kill some of these gentlemen. Took a 1. not. I wanted to see more. Hit this one. Hit all of them. Thank you. Good boy, Adachi. Good boy. Okay. Get a tactical helmet. Not putting it on just yet. I still want to avoid my menu for one little second here. Because we need to dispose of the chefs. With a cat. And now we menu. Gear, Ichi. Put on your other fancy business card, Eri. Optimize. Put on your gambler's ties. Jungi Han. Put on those superpower rings. And we should be good to go. Yeah, we're good. All right. This gentleman, we want to hit Ichi and Adachi. That's not ideal. Ichi, you're supposed to be slower. That sucks. I won't be able to do my strat then. I wanted to put Muscle Soda on Eri. Stop targeting Eri, you jerk. Okay. Now we fight the Tigre. Was very weak to bullet damage. Or piercing damage, I suppose. And this is piercing damage. Gundawada. Muscle Soda onto Eri. She's about to do a lot of damage. Rapid shots. Heal for safety. Darts. And here goes a massive chunk of damage. 1800? That's it? I was expecting more. Also, the tiger targets whoever did lasted damage to it. So that's how we make sure we're staying alive. Yeah, that's midget extra damage in there. Jungi Han can die, that's fine. And fights. Not sure if Gundawada affects anything there. Doesn't really hurt us not to use it, but it's fine. Chairs, please. All right. Pick up some more equipment on our way through. Come on. Ichi. I go back the way I came, which is technically not faster, but yeah, I've cleared out the chairs in the way, so I tend to go that way anyway. All right. And gear, area, optimize, and we're good. All right. Banger round 2. And now Eri will gladly outspeed even Ichi and a Jungi Han? That's rare. That's rare. This Eri has incredible agility, which is bad, actually. Please hit this Mabachi. This area is being stupidly fast right now. Also, that was a lucky crit. Get up, sir. And this reaches damage gates. So we'll go into Crimson Aura. And we just gotta hit him more. That should be enough time. Nice crits mixed in there. Hopefully that should be enough. Come on. That burn is annoying. Oh, this won't kill. Dang it. Get in there. Finish him. Get him. And we needed to make sure we had our XP increasing gear on for that fight, because that fight gives you a lot. And also this fight gives you a lot. Also, Ishioda still can ruin things. Let's hope he doesn't. Hit the guy with the crossbow because we do not want him disappearing on us. Hit Ishioda with that. Nanba, I want you to be faster. Nanba, get up. Finish them off. It's your last move of the entire run. I meant to Gondawara there. Damn it. You suck. Mabachi's theme is great. Nanba for Adachi. Oh, now I'm getting Gondawara in anyway. They're going to be doing less damage with... Oh, you suck. Please don't do that again. You asshole. I'm going to heal just in case. Okay, I didn't have to. Ares being very fast, which is concerning for later. Okay. That was good, though. It was not terrible. Could have gone much worse. Was not terrible. Rose Blossom Cabaret. Take a trip to the back alley here, because it's a convenient point to take a picture of our last two remaining Kappa. I did one error photograph, so that's good. It's counting to 9, as it should. We do not want to do this. I think my PB had a terrible Mabachi in that chapter, so we'll actually be saving quite a bit of time. Now that we're back in the bar, make sure you take a picture of the last Kappa, and that is Alten. The Ken quest. The end of this chapter, you just do so much running. Chinatown. One more run. And then we're gone. And then we're golden. Also, this will be a solid gold split. This will be a very solid gold split. Not sure why. The fights could have gone better. Actually, yeah, they were pretty good fights. They were pretty good fights overall. Yeah, that's a big gold split. Nice. Oh my god, my sum of best is almost below 330. That's amazing. That's amazing. I am happy to see that getting closer to under 330. Probably never going to get on a sub 330. I'm not sure anyone will. Because that's going to be extremely hard and you got to be incredibly lucky. But it's possible. Also, Zhao's here. He's here to deliver shoes. And for my route, nothing else. Gear, Adachi, shoes. Take Zhao's. I don't even get Haridi's amulet anymore in my route. Because I just don't think the 30 to 40 second investment for that fight is worth it. I was one step away! Damn it. Luckily I have smoke bombs. God dang it! I'm gonna spawn into the cutscene. I was in the cutscene. Thanks, game. But yeah, we do very little stuff at the end of the game that actually has a risk of having enemies spawn. So I don't think it's worth it. And I'm gonna keep testing it out that way. Oh, the crits! Harry, you're very fast. I hope you keep up your crits. Because I'm also changing that up. I'm only equipping one crit accessory in the late game. To reach upon perfections. To a cutscene. To the bar. To another cutscene. But this cutscene ends in a fight. So please, no bad fight spawn. A fight spawn can spawn right in the path as you're walking towards it. It's annoying. Okay. Guard. Tell Ichi to throw a cat. I'm not sure that guy would die from a shield blast. So we're just gonna be safe. Normally I shield blast there, but that guy looked like he had a lot of HP left. I was boss in Cabaret, but not to actually do the story stuff. We will instead... God, I hope there's... God, you suck. That should be a good run. Yeah, good. I didn't have to waste my last smoke bomb. It's still bad and annoying. But we're doing one more summons side quest. And it is an important one because it literally allows us to survive the late game. Without it, we don't survive. Because it's one of the few defense boosts we can get. It saves us so much to get. It is so significantly less risky. Masochist and agree. And make sure not to skip. Punch this lad. 2 times, and that's it. Everyone else guard. Just guard. Come on. Come on. You're going too fast. There we go. Just need to wait for his third turn. Controller, please. God. Oh my God. Controller, fuck off. Damn it. This is such a good run. And my controller just keeps hiccuping. Lesson learned. Just use the PS5 controller. Now, first. Report our Kapaz. Then talk to her. Then talk to her. We cannot hurt Mr. Masochist physically, so let's bring his mom over and try to hurt him emotionally. It unfortunately is also unsuccessful. And now we have him. Now back to do the actual fight at the Cabaret Club. Or not Cabaret. It's called Rose Blossom Cabaret.
Oh.
Okay. Now to do the actual fight. Otherwise this chapter would be like nearly as fast as chapter 8.
What?
It would be only like 5 minutes or so, I think. Okay. Head Trauma Habaguchi. Also, this song is amazing and I love it. Oh, Eri, why are you so fast? This is so concerning. This is so concerning, actually, because the turn order is very important later on. Okay, these darts should get rid of the other 2. Perfect. Get up. Get up. Get down. Get over there. And get up. Telling this gentleman to move all over the place. Okay. Last fight of this chapter. Eri, stop going so fast. I need to hit Omura. And Cat. I am actually hurt. That's fine, though. It's fine that another person's alive, too. Now we can dart. Just do this. MP heal for next fight. Should be finished. Oh, you serious? Jungan, punch him. Actually, that's fine. Because it should be Eri and then Ichi right away. Good. So we destroy the ads right away. Ooh. I see that defense boost. I see that defense boost on Masochist. It's on a fight too early. If it stays, I think it stays until it gets used. But I see that, and that's good. we like to see boosted. Gondawada. Okay. Ah, shoot. My internet dies at 12:46. So the recording on my end will keep going and it'll be clean, but unfortunately stream is going to cut out for a bit in about 40 minutes time. Don't know why my internet resets at that specific time, but it does. And it's annoying. Also, please tell me I didn't try to use darts on Matilda. I probably did. He's very resistant to darts. Okay. Good enough. Also, whoa, what? It was that bad? What happened? I did get those 2 fights. Or 1 or 2 fights? I forget how many. That's fair. That's fair. Never mind. That's still really bad. That's bad. That's really bad. Oh, Ichi, where are you going? Also, I kept having controller disconnects. That also doesn't help. Okay, we can make it around the corner. Take down these gentlemen. Darts. Fight's done. Cooperate. Option 3. Spam X.
Yeah.
And he's dead. Nope. All just so he can sell 2 items. Oh, come on, controller. Out of here. I'm so upset with this controller right now. Alright, and this is a lovely little trick that you want to make sure you do casually. Just take this fight. If you want me to drink Jungi Han. Ice Spreader the Vagabond. And this should kill. Good. If you want me to drink Self. This is because I don't. It's never worked. Guard darts. I do the additional Kiwami drink on Jungi Han just to make sure that Jungi Han gets Essence of Phantom Drive at an appropriate time. Because if he doesn't get it before Kiryu, that can be very slow. Be very, very slow if he does not get Essence of Phantom Drive before Kiryu. And we would have to keep him alive in every single fight if we wanted that to happen. And Jungi Han is a fragile boy. Fragile, fragile boy. And now, after 8 chapters in Ijincho, we have to leave. And Gotenbori to Sotenbori. That's why we needed to sell those 2 items. Because they conveniently sell for 1.5 million yen. Which gets us it gets us enough to breach the 3 million yen, which is the requirement for us to progress further in the story. Okay. Go around, grab this. To shock control. We are getting some very needed equipment upgrades right away in this chapter to help speed up the upcoming battle arena. So yeah, now that I'm thinking back through this one, I'm just like, we've gotten into like 3 or 4 extra fights that we didn't need to take, that we could have saved quid out of. Been doing too much practice on PS5 where you can't save quit quickly. Oh, outdoor mall. Thank you very much. Not to the bridge yet. And now we get the thing that I never tried in my casual run, but God, I wish I did. God, I wish I did. Thrown items are not terribly useful in this run, except for these. Rocket launchers are great. Skills. Essence of Rose Typhoon needs Lucky Punch and Trixie's top hat and Jackpot Chip. And a Divine Shot for Jungi Han gear. Ichi, optimize, Airy, take Namba shoes. Tabishimon Bridge. Now Airy should be slow, but Airy's been very fast. Very, very fast this run. So here's hoping that that will slow her down enough to be slower than Ichi at least.
Yeah.
And now we turn around and go back and do it. Because this is important. We get a lot of very useful items and upgrades. And a lot of money and a lot of experience, so it's all good. And also these first fights go kind of quickly when we do this. Also, that's a beautiful fight. Ah, I didn't need a lucky punch though. Forgot I changed jackpot chip to the right. Need to remember that. Otherwise, that would have been a beautiful first fight. Just lost a few seconds from Airy having to run up there and try to punch him. Let's hope for an equivalently beautiful this fight. Not all the targets we wanted, but it's okay. Please hit the Chomp and Charger 2 times. God dang it, you never do. We have to get rid of the invulnerable billboard. I really wish you wouldn't. That wasn't a great fight, but now the rest of the fights are usually very, very consistent. Head trauma this big gentleman in the front. Robson. And hope that the darts are enough to kill. If not, it's fine. Get in there and blast him. And now we enter the part of the battle arena where we get to see what we use for the majority of the large of the multi-enemy ad fights. It is Divine, Rose, Darts, otherwise known as the DRD. It will clean up many fights for us. It is very good. And that was floor 4. So starting in the next floor, we start picking up some of these prizes. And now a little trick with Divine Shot is that it actually does 2 times damage to whoever you target. So we'll be targeting specific enemies to hope that hopefully we save some turns. Hit that strong arm because he's the one who always survives. So we want to do the most amount of damage possible and hopefully he goes down in the darts. Like that. And now we pick up this item. Very important. Liu Chinese Saver. It is a weapon for Zhao. We will never give it to him. In fact, we'll sell it. Because it sells for a cool 1,000,000 yen. That's fantastic. Alright. Hit the Peer Revere with the Divine Shot. Try and do a smidge of extra damage. Leaves those 2 remaining. And with that, with those beautiful crits. Actually, this is an all crit floor, so everything crits. Done. Okay, now we don't pick up any other prizes until the final floor that I will be taking here, which is floor 10. We Divine Shot King Joe. This is a Robson fight. Airy guards. He's charmed, so it's fine. And then Adachi Paralysis Prongs. It's a good thing I looked at my guide. Otherwise, I would have forgotten to Robson there. And then that would have been a very slow fight. Okay. And the great thing about darts is that if you eliminate some enemies, it will just hit one. And it'll hit that one a lot. We like that. Ah, he was in the middle of getting up. This paralysis sprung probably won't kill. That's unfortunate. Okay, it's still good. Good. On to floor 9. Hit the wheelman. That. And hit him with the darts. And now we need... Nope, we're not picking anything up. We do not need those. Now this is our final battle floor, or at least it is in my route. And it's a simple... I don't have enough mana. That's fine. It's fine. These two are weak. It's fine. I think I had one less mana. I think Divine Shot is 51. Lovely. And we get another weapon with a million gil. Million yen. Why did I say gil? This isn't Final Fantasy. And we go to the next floor. And we leave. Good enough. West Shokcho. Get one more piece of equipment. To the outdoor mall. Need to go quick and get some burgers. That is an unfortunate fight spawn. That would be the benefit of having the Hirides amulet on. You wouldn't have to worry about that. But I still think it's worth it to ignore it. Oh, come on. Even the center pad isn't working quite right. It's unfortunate. Got our attack boost. Get a couple more rocket launchers. Sell our Liu Chinese Saber and the Damascus Ladle. Back to Ijincho for one more trip to the blacksmith. So with all that extra money, we can upgrade the blacksmith to the next level up and get even more powerful weapons that will be very much needed. Very, very much needed. And there's an NPC that can spawn in that corner. And it didn't, luckily. Because, yeah, we need that item in that corner. And only 3 of these we need. I accidentally picked up the 4th my last run. I was wondering why I didn't have enough gold keys. Back to the blacksmith. Increase. Strengthen. Lightning bandages times 2. Table sparkling times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Impervious shield 2. Dressy pouch 2. Trace 2. Back to sword and body. To the Omi Alliance HQ for some very difficult fights and where this game gets very, very hard. Get this item through the bars. It's real convenient for us. Just casually shoot this man multiple times in the middle of a stealth mission. No one will ever know we were here. Wait for this gentleman to move out of the way. Let him walk a bit. There we go. Because this gets the cycle of the guard up here to a favorable location, i.e. walking away from us. Onward and upward. Now I'm only getting the safe on the left now. Okay, gear, Airy, optimize Jungi Han, optimize head to tactical helmet, accessory to War God's Keystone, Psycho that to magical sandals, Dachi, optimize, Ichi gets scale and binding, and superpower ring, heal, and we're good. Oh, now we pray that we don't die. Now we pray that we don't die. How to this fight? This fight's a joke. We pray we don't die. To this fight. Oh, God, Majima. Oh, Majima. Play kindly, sir. Punch this man in the face. Essence of Mayhem. Jackpot chip, because we don't want to overdamage. We do not want to push into the next phase just yet. Now, on his next turn, he will do his next phase. In the meantime, we will punch him in the face. And now this is why we got the attack boost, because with the attack boost, it should allow Robson to kill them all. That was very poor damage rolls, Robson. My goodness. This will push Majima into next phase. And now dangerous Saijima's here. Heal Hanya's spirit. Please stay together. Please stay close enough. Beautiful. Oh, please stay close enough. Oh, how did that miss Majima? How did that miss Majima? Ah. Just go for paralysis prongs anyway. Nice. Jungi Han doesn't do much. So we're gonna heal. We're gonna Rose. Good. Majima went and tried to hit. There's the blade kill. Risk it. Just don't hit Ichi. Majima, just don't be a prick. Don't target Ichi. Thank you. Heal. Go for the shield bash for guaranteed damage. Rose. Darts, please finish Saijima. Good. This is a great fight. This is a great fight. No paralysis that we had to deal with, and nothing. That was a great fight. Nearly got 2 rocket launchers on both Majima and Saejima. Nearly got 2 rocket launchers on them. I'm surprised that second one didn't hit Majima. Peace, Scholar. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Also, welcome. Another Yakuza Like a Dragon speedrunner. Can never go too far without our rocket launchers. Back to Omi Alliance HQ. There are 2 more fights left in this chapter. Divine Shot Kuroda. We just got a summon. Let's use it. I'll wipe everyone off the map. Nice paralysis. That's what we like to see. Adachi. Wait just a smidge. Now he should be up by the time darts come out, so he should die. I only need 2 darts. That's fine. It's fine. And the second fight's a joke. Second fight's a joke. You just D R D. And the fight's done. This was like amazing chapter 12. Or at the very least, an amazing end of chapter 12 for sure. God damn. That Majima Seijima was incredible. Whoo, baby. 25-second gold split. Nice. Actually, I'm not sure if it was all gold, but that still was a very good Majima. Howdy, gamer. Thanks for stopping by. Also, forewarning, my internet will probably die in 10 minutes. It dies for about 30 seconds, so forewarning. I'm still recording locally, so it won't mess up the run if I so decide to submit it, but that will happen. That will happen. I always forget about it when I end up streaming super late. Is that my internet just decides to die. Please don't walk down this alley. Oh, you sons of bitches. Nice station. Yep. To another easy as heck fight. You know the drill. Dirty. To the election office. We just got our 3 million yen back. Let's go throw it away. To the bar. This chapter also has a ton of running around. Normally, these opportunities would be in the game where you, I don't know, you go look for side stories and stuff like that. Speedrun, we just run. We're just running. Now, unfortunately, because I don't take the Harides amulet fight, Adachi does not have Essence of Shield Rupture here. So we just gotta hope for only one remaining. If not, we just lose a turn. Yeah, there's gonna be too many people alive. Hopefully they're close together and we can shield blast them. They were not. That guy had so much HP. Essence of Shield Rupture may not have even killed that lad. And now we have it. Adachi. Oops. Essence of Shield Rupture. Thank you very much. Rose Blossom Cabaret. Gonna risk it. Risk it for the biscuit. Made it. That's what I get for not getting Harides. Divine Shot. This is a Gary Buster Holmes fight. Darts. Please hit Tsutsumi and Murakami. I mean, they did get hit, technically, but I don't think this kills. Nope, that's unfortunate. Could you... What? Serious? I didn't know that guy could use detergent. I didn't know that guy could use a completely useless move. Yep, need to skip that. Because this is the cutscene we can't skip. Come on, Sashiro. Please play nice with me today. Ichi is our healer in this fight. Also, this boss fight song rules. Push him into the corner. Wait, 2, go. I want to hit all 3 of these darts. That's the move we didn't want to see. It missed anyway, and that messed up my menu because I wasn't expecting it. Sashiro. Damn you. That's not close to a wall. And on to phase 2. Just don't hit Jungi-Han, please. This is the worst phase. Not technically the most dangerous, but the most likely to waste our time. Smacks us across the face. Dang it. Jerk. I am going to mental supplement Adachi. I'm going to heal Jungi Han. Beautiful. Get up. Get up. Oh, it was maybe too soon. Oh, just barely. I shouldn't have gotten that, but I did. Okay. This will be good to push Darcier into final phase. I think he's far enough away from the wall that'll be fine. Nope. Fucker. That's fine. Final phase is easier to deal with. Also, forewarning, again, my internet will probably cut out in 2 minutes. My local recording will be fine if I want to submit the run, but chat and stream might die for a sec. I cannot mess up attacks again, not in this phase. Push him away from Ichi. Okay, now he enlightens. And hopefully we can get enough damage out, which I believe we can with darts and Jungi Han. This is gonna be close. Come on, Jungi Han. Beautiful. That was a good start show. That was a good start. That was a good Sarshiro. Now we'll be going on to the hardest chapter in the game, and one that can lose us lots of time if it wants to. One second gold split, hell yeah! Okay, chapter 14. Play nicely, my god. I can save like 2 to 3 minutes in this chapter. Also, again, stream's probably gonna die or cut out in a little bit here. Oh, that hit almost no one. Robson. Robson decided to pick up the slack. Amazing. Skills. Ichi needs Course of Show. Jungi Han needs Essence Fanta Drive. Part-time Hero. Oh, where am I going? Rose. Darts. Oh man, only 2 of them got charmed. Shield rupture. Take out you. Take out you. Okay. Now we have another equip gear menu. All right. Gear. Ichi. Superpower ring for gallant binding. Airy needs diabolic and superpower ring now. And Psycho needs fluorite bracelet. Party, edit, Dr. for Psycho. Do that. Ugh, that was slow menu. It's fine. How's everyone looking on MP? Not great. I wanted to make sure Jungi Han had enough MP for this fight. Okay, come on. Actually, it looks like my internet hasn't died yet, which is a plus, but probably will. Hopefully it don't. Hopefully it doesn't at all. That'd be nice. Or maybe it's just a weekly thing. I don't know. All right. Kiryu, play nice, please. Muscle Soda, Airy. Thank you for the fast Ichi. Masochists. That's sparkling. Okay. I'm just gonna get a small heal onto Ichi. So that I can Corrosive Shout Psycho. Darts. That did a lot of damage, sir. That's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to Essence of Phantom Drive. Also, please, Kiryu, don't go 2 times in a row before... Okay, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. Ichi can heal. Ah! Heal yourself, Ichi. Stop hitting Ichi, you asshole. I need to get you out of this phase, which this should do it. Oh, really? Oh, fucker. I need to push you out of this phase. It should be Jungi Han's turn next. This will push into Beast. I need to heal Ichi. Okay. Heal Ichi. Kiryu, beat the crap out of Ichi, please. Thank you for double hitting Jungi Han instead, you jerk. Well, there goes Jungi Han. I need to get you out of this phase. It's a bad Kiryu fight. Now you wake up. He just has to heal. It's slow because I don't have Jungi Han. Ah, it sucks. I don't think it's beneficial to even get Jungi Han back. I just need to finish this fight, which is done in just one little spritz. Spread him! Yeah. It's a bad fight. It's a bad Kiryu fight. Party edit. Psycho for Dachi. The bar. And then to the hardest part of this entire stinking run. Where I had a massive death last time. So if we just don't die, this is going to be a massive time improvement. That is easier said than done, though. Divine. Gary Buster Holmes, nice boost. Guarantees everyone's stunned. Except Isobe got unstunned. That's unfortunate. Please paralyze. Nice. Are you? Who's caught in the corner? Serious? Get out of the corner! Are you okay? Good. You rolled out of the corner. Stop getting caught on the pole, please. I'm just gonna hit him because this won't kill even if I head trauma, so hopefully darts kills. Beautiful. Okay. DOD. Please keep Daguchi charm. What did I say? Should have just shield ruptured. It's fine. All right, one last equip and then we pray. One last equip and then we pray. Gear, Ichi. Gallant for Dragon, Jungi Han, Superpower Ring for Courage Pendant. Psycho gets Magic Lighter and Yakuza Training Gear. MP Heal just in case. Oh, now we pray. Ishioda, please. Don't kill me this time. Just be a gentleman. Be a gentleman and do not kill. Muscle Soda, Airy. Masochists. Rude. Darts. Get up. Gondawara. Okay, that's good. So Jungi Han should heal next turn. He doesn't die. Okay, that's fine. Heal everyone. Oh, they were close together for a sec for a double rocket launcher. Robson. You know what? Push you into next phase. Ah, damage gated Ishioda. Ugh. Heal. Ishioda, do something. Thank you for knocking Eri out. Thank you for knocking Adachi out. Alright, now we need to really focus down Ishioda. Jerk. He was unstunned. Asshole. Better that he breaks out of the daze so that he can paralysis pawns. Heal everyone. Okay. Just need to focus down Ishioda, please. Rose Typhoon. Please kill Ishioda. Oh, come on. Darts will eliminate Ishioda, so we're should be good. Fuck. Didn't want to do that. Rude. There goes Jungi Han. It's fine. We survived though. We survived. Good. Not amazing, but we survived, which is the important part. Oh my god. Good. We can finish this run. You can finish this run. Not a gold, but still a good. Still a good. We can get a very good time here. We can get a very good time here, actually. This will be a very solid second place if we can close this out. And I still had like a couple minutes worth of known hiccup or errors from me accidentally doing things wrong. But this will be a good time. This will be a really good time. We just need to close it out is the important thing. Buy 5 muscle sodas. Pink Streets. It's here. Yes. To Ibisupan. Because we can't go anywhere without our rocket launchers.
いらっしゃいませ。ありがとうございました。
East Shichifuku Street. To pick up the thing that we need to in order to close out the run properly. To Taihei Boulevard. Tenkaichi Street. Come on. Almost done with this run. Just hope for a decent Tendo. And we will have a great run on our hands. Go out the back. Oh, Ichi, get around there. The Millennium Tower. And we're off. Yep. Need to hit yes first. Alright, final set piece. Let's not get any fight or miss any fight skips. Okay. Not quite the good music of the Millennium Tower yet, but soon. Divine! Rose! Darts! And if the crits, it kills. Ah, so close. We didn't use any of our first aid kits, so not getting it. Not getting that one. Okay. Daddy. Rolls. Darts. We're up. Okay. You know the strat. Okay. These large gentlemen always go first, and they really hate Aerie. Don't know why. We like Aerie. I don't know why they hate it. And Robson. Darts. Shield rupture? Oh, they're resistant to that. Crap. No, I wanted it the large HP one. Fucker. You, sir, nearly killed Aerie. That was a bad play. I don't know why they hate Aerie so much. Also, just a slow fight. Slow fight for me. Just messed up. Alright. This floor has a fight skip. It's the toughest one to execute. And it's right after this fight. DRD. As soon as we enter into the next room, we go to the right. Stay close to the window, don't bounce off anything, and we're good. And we're good. Good. Fight has been successfully skipped. Not sure what that does. Oh, got detergented again. Oh, no! Still don't know what it does. Punch him. Should I have taken that heal there? I think Ichi gets a level up, and it doesn't matter. That may have been... I may need to think that through. Divine? What did I do here? Nope, I was supposed to head trauma. It's fine. That should kill anyway. This is just guard until Rose. Take this corner. Good. Second fight skip. Okay. Head the trauma. Darts. Actually, I'm just gonna guard because all those hit. This should still kill. Oh, that's unfortunate. Damn it. I have only 3 MP heals remaining. Need to keep that in mind. Yeah, I wouldn't have enough MP for this fight anyway, so I just need to do the MP heal. Get behind the pillar. Alright, this... Wait, Essence of Phantom Drive Kurabara. We take King Kurabara, which should kill him. Yes, good. Now that we're down to 1, do all of our best single target. Good paralysis. Maybe should have waited a split second because the dart might miss. Yep. Everyone's full, so don't need MP. Or don't need the heal. No. Controller. Come on. Controller. Jesus fuck. This run has like 30 seconds plus time lost just from my dang controller. Okay. Final fight before Tendo. Come on. Hit that Arminator. Tag team. Easy time. Yeah, the downside is with my errors and with potentially with the stupid mistakes that I did that I could save in future runs. If I get a good Tendo, this would have been world record. Without the stupid controller and without the like minute of just stupid time loss that I had from just me being dumb, this could have been record. Gear, the gallant binding for her substitute. Eri takes Adachi's shoes. Adachi optimized Jungihan. Puts on lightning bandages. Psycho puts on magic. ×2. Heal, and we go. Oh, nope. Swap party. Oh, come on. Ugh. All right, Trickster's top hat. Give me poison. Nintendo, please play nice. Essence of Phantom Drive. What? Oh. Masochists. That was just weird turn order. Or it is normal turn order. I'm just a fool. Oh my god, and I got first. Fuck! I got fucking first turn poison! Are you kidding me? This could have been record and it could have been amazing! But my controller dying in 2 minutes, or like a minute of just me being dumb. Oh, god damn it. Muscle Soda Eri. That's fine. Coercive Shout Psycho. Darts. Jungihan needs to heal when it's his turn. Or if Psycho doesn't, or if Jungihan doesn't get another turn, I might have to just waste Psycho's turn. Okay, Jungihan gets a turn. Jungihan will heal. Also, Tendo was glitching out there a bit. That's fine. Hit him with the starts. Hit him with the rocket. Oh, there goes Tendo. Oh, that was great. The particle effects are glitching out. That's showing up on stream, right? Yeah, those particle effects are glitching out. That's concerning. Don't know why that's happening. I need a heal. Eri needs attack boosts. Heal. Muscle Soda, Eri. Next turn, Ichi needs to... God, this is a super cooperative Tendo too. Oh my god. God, this is glitching out so bad, and I'm not sure why. I need a Coercive Shout Psycho. Pick Psycho. Jesus. Oh, that pushed him into phase 2. Okay. Well, our buffs are set. We can do an MP heal. Still have one more rocket launcher. We don't have much damage right now, so we're sitting good on that front. Yeah, I'm just gonna do a MP heal with Jungi Han. This is the nicest Tendo ever. I can't believe this. He's not even using hand. Oh wait, no, that's a Dragon Dance. Rocket. Okay, left hand on Aerie is fine. This'll hurt. Ichi will heal all. Still have 2 big heals. This is the nicest Tendo in the world. Oh my god. So yeah, those graphics are glitching out and I'm not sure why. This is the nicest Tendo I have ever seen. Just pushing to finish this fight. Sayako could potentially finish this off. But I need her to swap out. Adachi. That's fine. Yeah, this fight's done. Oh my god. This is a god Tendo. That was a god Tendo. Are you kidding me? That was a god Tendo. Now I just need to close out this run and oh my god, it'll be amazing. Alright. Jungi Han's a little hurt. It shouldn't matter. That was the nicest Tendo ever. Hit Aoki with the head trauma. Controller, please don't fuck me now. Summon Kiryu! Rude. Ah, that basically guarantees that we're not going to get a fast Aoki. That crit, maybe. And Majima? Could you stop reversal shotting me? Asshole. There's the backup. Make sure they're all down. Okay, Aoki should be down. Just need to make sure everyone else is. For good measure. Get up and run away! Okay. Gear Ichi. Superpower ring. Champion ring. Go. Okay. Damn it. This could have been a record. Are you kidding me? Now I know that a lot of the things that I tested are effective, at the very least for my sensibilities. Even with that beautiful Tendo, I don't think this is a gold split, surprisingly. Seijima! Robson! Essence of roadside weapon. Nice crit. Essence of roadside weapon. Essence of roadside weapon. Oh, what a run. I'm so mad. I'm really happy. This is an incredible run. This is a hell of a PB. But without the stupid mistakes I did and without my controller messing up, this would have been a record, actually. I don't think this will be a 333. This will be a, yeah, this will be a 334. Actually, it might be a 333, which is the same time ring. No, it's a 334. Oh, maybe? Maybe? Ah, it's a 333. Damn it. Excellent, and damn it. Fuck. I'm so happy that this run did great. It could have been a record. Motherfucker. Oh. That's amazing, though. That's amazing, though. That's amazing, though. I'm so mad at my stupid mistakes. Like the myriad of fights that I accidentally ran into instead of save loading, the accidental wrong taxi at the worst time that I had to run 30 seconds for. Everything else was so good. We weren't wrong. This was the run. It sure was. The run that could have been, though. I'm so glad. This was huge. Are you kidding me? That for the record, the current world record is I think it's a. Actually, no, it might have been a 332. Never mind. Maybe it wouldn't have been a world record. Maybe it wouldn't have been a world record. And I can't check. Actually, I can check. Yakuza like a dragon. Speedrun. Okay, it's a 332. Okay, so I wasn't this. This had the chance to be a world record if I didn't make those stupid mistakes and didn't have the controller messing up for way too long. Could have. It would have been close though, because yeah, 332.01, not 333.01, is the record. I was wrong on that. So yeah. Just a lot went right in this run, and then I just had stupid mistakes. Stupid mistakes and my dang controller. Oh, my dang controller. If I had to guess, the weird glitchy graphics probably had to come from the weird controller. Oh. Because the controller constantly unplugging and replugging itself in probably didn't help. But that was a great run. That was a great run. Not really much went wrong. Not really much went wrong outside of just me making silly mistakes. Silly mistakes that cost me. Like, I definitely played it risky in some strats where I probably should have healed. Should have healed Ichi instead of other things. So luck is absolutely in the factor. God. But the run this could have been. I am so glad for what it is, but also the run it could have been. That was huge though. That's huge. I'm so glad. That was amazing. Almost 5-minute PB. Almost 5-minute PB. I'm absolutely gonna submit this run. Because I won't be able to do another run until 2 weeks from now. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to do another run until 2 weeks from now. Because next week Friday, I'm getting my COVID booster. So likely that's gonna put me out of commission, and I'm gonna have to just rest over the weekend. And then yeah, the week after is when we can next do a run. But yeah, that gives me time to test out one more thing that I wanted to test out. But now it's basically gotten to the point where it's like, I just need to practice. I just need to do more runs, and we'll keep chipping away at this time. But that's a hell of a PB. That is a hell of a PB. I am so glad for what this run was. Because yeah, that was good. And I still had, like, chapter 14 wasn't even a gold split. Ishioda was a bit slow. Kiryu was a bit slow. Lost time at chapter 11 running into fights and stuff. Some error attacks on Ichi and Adachi because I'm trying to mash X too fast in fights. But this was so good. This was a good PB. Yeah, I need to go to bed. It's 1:30 a.m. I really need to go to bed. I wasn't expecting to reset so many times. But I need to go to bed, and I am... this was amazing. This was amazing. That's such a good PB. It's going to be tough to run against now. It's going to be quite tough to run against now, but we can do it. We can do that. Save over you. Yeah, the in-game timer is so fucked. In-game timer is so fucked. That's why we don't run runs based off of it. But yeah, I'm so glad. That was a massive PB. I'm gonna have to clip this out. we can get this submitted, because yeah, that was great. Yeah. Not much to say about this run other than what I've said. Just thank you, Juice. Not much to say other than just stop making the big dumb mistakes and use my PS5 controller instead of my PS4 one, because of this stupid connection that broke at least like 15 times throughout this run. That was good. That was a great PB. All right. But yeah, I need to go to bed, which means I need to exit out of the game. But yeah, that was... I want to scroll through this a bit. Chapter 1 was just good. Was a good chapter 1. Chapter 2 had one failed escape, which cost me like 15 seconds. Chapter 3 was great. I freaking struck out with that grenade. It's the first time that's ever happened. Entering Seryu Clan was slow. Seryu Clan itself was good. Could have been a bit better, especially that Ida. That Ida was bad. Airy, that's why I lost the 30 seconds due to running. Business was good. I don't know how I saved so much time at the end of just regular chapter 5. I guess just not running into stuff. That was weird. Chapter 6 was good. Chapter 7 was great, even though it wasn't ideal. That's just because we didn't go to the bathroom. That's why chapter 7's good. Chapter 8 was fine. Chapter 9 was fine. Chapter 10 was amazing. Still don't know how I got that one. I guess maybe my best time that I got on PC. Chapter 11 was bad because we ran into those things. Ballerina was good. Majima Seijima was like perfect. I'm basically always going to be losing time to Majima Seijima now. Sawashiro, I hiccuped one attack, but it's fine. Kiryu could have been a bit faster. Ishioda could have been a bit faster. And especially with the accidental attack on Ichi towards the end there, I'm just like, I could have done a bit more damage. Entering Tendo fight was perfectly fine. And then Tendo itself was also fantastic. That's such a stupid Tendo. My goals on frickin' Tendo are stupidly good. Those are going to be hard to compare to. But yeah, that's it for me today. Thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out on this Friday night where I almost never stream on Friday nights. As well as the fact that the first few months of this year, at least, I will be basically only streaming weekends. So I appreciate you hanging out even more in the shorter expanses than what I usually output. But yeah, who's is live that we can go say hi to and go scram about our PB to? We got a Calvi. Deer's doing a rando, but I think I rated Deer relatively recently. So let's go say hi to Calvi. Let's go say hi to Calvi. And then I need to get my butt to bed. But yeah. Again, thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out. I appreciate it. I'll be back most likely tomorrow night. Did Dan get back to me? Dan did not get back to me. Okay. So I pinged Dan to do a race. And he has not gotten back to me on the time yet, which is fine because it's a bit short notice to try and get for tomorrow. But hopefully in a couple weeks, Dan and I can get that race. But yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Pretty much, with a shiny hunt. Pretty sure it'll be a shiny hunt. Yeah, it'll be a shiny hunt. But yeah, let's go say hi to Cal. Thanks again. Have yourselves a wonderful night. Hooray, we got PB. And go eat some love on over to Calvi. All right, goodbye. Goodbye. You're a bit late, Myths. Also, goodbye. We're going to say hi to Calvi. Goodbye.